All right, we should be live. Happy Sunday night. NFL Week 4. Hard to believe, man. Already Week 4. You know, back in the 16 game era, we'd be looking at already about a quarter of the way through the season. We're not quite to the one quarter part yet, but it is hard to believe. It feels like this season's already been flying by, but we still got a lot of football left here today. But it's good to be back. It's been about a week, and we've got another primetime game here tonight. We've got the Packers versus the Cowboys. We'll kind of walk through what happened today to recap some of these games, right? Wasn't able to go live this morning, so it'll be nice to talk about this. What ended up being a pretty fun Sunday slate here in week 4. So fired up for this game. I can't necessarily say that this is going to be like the greatest, closest game of all time, but this is one that you have to watch, right? I mean, the plot is just delicious. I mean, there's so many storylines here. And of course, I kid, right? But it is the Micah Parsons revenge game. There is the Kenny Clark of it all too. There's just the history and the lore between the Packers and the Cowboys and all that good stuff. So even if this is maybe not a barn burner, this is much watched TV. So I am excited for this one. But as always, you guys know the drill. Feel free to say hello if you're in chat. Looks like we got a few people in here already. Was talking with Caden and Sebastian going into this one. We got Joao coming in here as well. How's it going, guys? Hope you're having a good Sunday. I know it's been a fairly kind Sunday so far for some of you guys' teams. I suppose, Joao, your Seahawks took care of business on Thursday. That's got to be pretty exciting, right? Sam looking pretty good again. Lions taking care of business for you, Sebastian. And Caden, we'll see how the Pack look here tonight, but I don't know. Well, we'll get into the full matchup here in a little bit, but I have to imagine that this will be a decent get-right spot here for a Packers team that was coming off a pretty tough loss last week. I feel like this is a nice rebound spot right here, but what's going on, guys? Joao says his fantasy season depends on Jordan Love and Matthew Golden. Sebastian saying they're going up against the Cowboys defense, so that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, this is a decent get-right spot right here. That's what I'll say. Niners did lose as well. Hey, crazy. I can't take too much of a victory lap because, again, I didn't predict this live this morning. But if you go back and you look at the Dr. Pigskin Pick'em challenge, I may or may not have picked the Jaguars to win that game. So I'm going to give myself at least half credit for that. It doesn't go quite as hard when I wasn't saying it on stream this morning, but man, that's crazy. Who could have saw that coming? Jaguars looked all right today. They looked all right. But before we get into this, now we've got a few people in here, and I'm going to try and pull this up for some context if I can. Actually, no, I won't actually, because, I mean, I'll give context, but pulling it up would actually make it more confusing. So, long story short, and I think all of you guys that are in here right now are probably familiar with this, right? But for the Pigskin pregame, there's a little challenge segment at the end of each stream where, Caden more or less found this Instagram account that posted a thing where like, okay, if the Vikings lose, then I have to do this or that, right? Well, unfortunately, the Vikings have lost twice now. They lost today, which we will fulfill that challenge next week. And then I still have to fulfill the challenge from the Vikings loss to the Falcons. So originally, what it said on the post was the challenge was like, oh, drink Diet Coke as your caffeine source or whatever, right? And it's like, that's fine, whatever. And you know what? I'm a man of my word. I've got a Coke Zero. It's not Diet Coke. I don't think it has caffeine, but I do have a Coke Zero here that I'll drink. But I want to give a shout out to Ryan Asti, who was kind of the inspiration behind this. But he said that I should do some sort of hot wings challenge. And I thought, you know what, like wings, that makes sense for Atlanta, right? And I was like, I think I have my Hot Ones sauce somewhere. I don't. But I do have another leftover wing, which, Sebastian, I know you and I were talking about wings being a leftover food or not. Air fryer, my friend. Air fryer. Look at how crispy and golden this sucker is, right? It's a plain naked wing, and we are going to be putting this Bulldog hot sauce on it. For those of you that have tried this, it is honestly surprisingly hot. It's a hot sauce that you use for a Korean brand of ramen, but it's got a bit of kick to it. And in order to really make it painful, I'm going to put like a stupid amount on here, but we're just going to get this out of the way. It might be a bit of a mess. I like to act tough and say like, yeah, I handle my spice pretty well, but I can't lie. This stuff is honestly like pretty hot, and this is just like the normal one too. There's an extra spicy one, but I'm going to show you my work here. We are going to put just a stupid amount on. There's so much sodium in this. But we deserve this for the absolute egg that we laid against the Falcons here a few weeks ago now. But we'll see. I'm going to try not make like a mess all over my microphone or anything. But here you go. Here is my punishment for the Vikings losing to the Falcons. It is a bulldog sauce wing. We'll see how this goes. But I'm going to try and act tough and then wash it down with Coke Zero. And then I'll address what's been said in chat. And then we'll preview this game. And then we got a football game to watch. I missed a side. Yeah. You know what? You're probably right, Caden. I'm going to try. I'm getting it all over my fingers. Fortunately, I have a paper towel with me so I can clean up after this. Because I will say, this stuff is honestly like tough to get out of your skin. We're going to try and coat it fairly well here. It's not my best work, but it is hot. Thank you, Joelle. We'll try our best. All right, here we go. Here we go. It's very tasty, though, isn't it? It's a really good flavor. What's up, Jack? Good to have you in here. No skull, unfortunately. And I'll elaborate in case you're confused on what's going on right now. You might know what's going down, but let's just say I'll have to do this again next week, too. Not necessarily eating a hot wing. Honestly, the thing I have to do next week, I'm looking forward to even less than this. This was like the one game I did not want us to lose for the challenges. Lick my lips, fair. All right, you know what? You're right. Maybe I'll be gross and I'll lick the plate. We're going to try it. My lips are so messy. Oh my gosh. I'm really trying to clean these bones. There might be people watching me for the first time with sauce all over my lips right now. Like, what is this dude on? Good Lord. I'm so sorry. I had to wipe it there. This is just me. Like, I hate the visual of like sauce on my face. I don't know what it is. Well, I think I know what it is actually, but but I hate it so much. All right, I think we about got it. Very bright lips indeed. You know, I'm gonna be gross and lick my fingers because it's really good actually. I've got a napkin. Don't worry. But, all right. That wasn't too bad, honestly. I thought that, like, adding a lot of it would really make it crazy. Like, I'll be real with you. I don't know how well you can see. Keep it a buck. I am sweating a little bit. I'll be real with you. Like, I feel it a little bit. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I don't feel it at all. But at least we've got our Coke Zero now to wash things down. Sebastian's asking where are the wings from. Believe it or not, Dave and Buster's. Christine's work, they had something called Field Day, which is exactly what it sounds like, where they just like go outside and play games. And they went to Dave and Buster's afterwards, and she got a bunch of leftovers and brought that home. And some of it were the plain sauceless wings. So I had one of these left. I was like, I gotta save this because I gotta fulfill my challenge here from the Vikings being stupid losers. But we've got our Coke Zero. We're going to take a swig. And we're going to catch up. This is the content that people wanted. Let's go. Hey, I loved hearing that. That's awesome. Oh, it's still on the thumbnail for you? That's weird. Huh. YouTube can be weird like that sometimes. I don't know, man. Caden says his favorite designer said that he hopes to talk about fashion with the passion that Cam Newton talks about football. I don't know how to feel about that. No, I love that. Cam is a ball lover, right? And I say this as someone that like loves Cam Newton, right? He's one of my favorite players. He's on First Take a lot. Like, I'll be real. Like, honestly, sometimes he has some pretty atrocious takes. Like, I could say that and feel good. Like, whatever. I mean, I do too. I'm not going to act like I'm smarter than him. But, you know, like, But he loves the game, at least. Like, you could tell he's still at least, like, tapped in with the NFL, and I can respect the heck out of him for that. Oh, it sneaks up on you. I'm like feeling it more now than I was like when I was eating it. It really kind of sneaks up on you, but yeah. Jack is saying three-way tie for first in the NFC West. Talking about the Seahawks. We had some other Seahawks chattering here earlier. Dude, it's going to be a good division, man. We got a big NFC West game on Thursday that we're going to try and go live for. I'm excited for that one. Really good looking division right now. I'm pretty fired up for that. That should be good. 49ers lost to the Jaguars. Hey, crazy. Maybe the Jags are really like that. Who would have thought? Sauceless wings. Oh, thank you, Eagle Eyes. Welcome into the stream. Hey, Eagle Eyes. Hey, who won today? I saw Joao talking about it earlier. I'm glad that this got brought up. Who won today? Who beat the Chargers today? Who gave the Chargers their first loss today? That's crazy. That defense looks pretty good today, I gotta say. I mean, to be fair, like the whole Chargers offensive line has exploded at this point. Like they've got their JV line out there, but you know what? We'll take it. The team at Dr. Pigskin is on the board, baby. We're here. Let's go. Double fisting my fingers in a sweat reveal less than 10 minutes in. You know what? Welcome to the experience. All right. It's 8:11. Game's going to be getting started here soon. Let's talk about this game for a little bit here. Now we can maybe get back to what we were talking about. There is just so much to dig into with Week 4, honestly. Some good stuff. The team Willie Mays played for, so true. But let's talk about this game. I won't beat around the bush too much. I'm picking Green Bay in this one. I feel like most people in here, I feel like we're all picking Green Bay in here, right? Again, Packers coming off a tough loss. Their offensive line kind of got battered last week. Myles Garrett just had a crazy takeover game, you know. It's a fairly young line, and they're really missing Zach Tom right now. It's a really good unit when it's healthy, but they've just had to shuffle around so much. So, in hindsight, I could see how, like, okay, they could have been susceptible to a Myles Garrett takeover game, and that just kind of, like, completely shuts down their offense. Trap game, they lose a close one, right? And there's a lot of weird stuff that happened in that game. A month ago, you could have been concerned about the same thing happening here tonight, right? You could have been concerned about the same exact thing. Oh, Cowboys have Micah Parsons, this unbelievable pass rusher that can take over a game and can tee off on these young and inexperienced tackles. Well, they don't have that anymore. This Cowboys defense has been bad. It is one of the worst defenses in the league, straight up. They have been one of the worst defenses in the league without Micah Parsons, like even in the past few years, right? When he's been injured, it's been noticeable. On top of that, something that's been very apparent recently is the switch to Matt Eberflus at defensive coordinator has not gone very smoothly. And I honestly didn't hate the hire at the time. I thought, okay, like he's shown his chops as a defensive coordinator before. Honestly, the Bears defense wasn't the biggest issue when he was the head coach there. Like it was all the other stuff. The defense was actually solid. But in this case, I think already it's kind of looking like a rough hire because you've brought in a guy who has a very specific scheme, a very zone-heavy scheme, who inherited a defense, and especially a secondary, that has been playing some of the most man since Dan Quinn was there, right? This is a very man-heavy team that's all of a sudden being asked to switch to zone, and that's a big switch, right? The adage is like always, if you can play man, do it because it's a lot easier. It's hard, but it's a lot less complex. There's a lot less rules and passing stuff off. So now all of a sudden, you've been playing a certain way for however many years, and now you got to learn all these different assignments to pass off and stuff like that. It's a really big adjustment. And so, like, this already isn't the most talented defense in the world, but on top of that, they're just dealing with so much right now schematically. It's a lot, man. I mean, we saw the Russell Wilson Giants go nuclear on them. I think Green Bay not having to deal with a big-time pass rusher, coming off a bad loss, fired up for this one. Yeah, I think the offense is going to go out here and look pretty good today. I could see a nice bounce-back game from Jordan Love. Maybe they finally get the run game going. We haven't seen a lot of that with Jacobs yet. I think it's going to be a pretty comfortable Packers win. I'll say they hang 30 on them. We'll say Packers win 31-21. No CD Lamb for the Cowboys either, so man, like even if CD was out there, you'd think maybe they'd have the offensive firepower. They could at least try and score with them. But also this Green Bay defense just looks really good. I love Dak, but man, I just don't really think he and the Cowboys have a shot in this one. I would be pretty surprised. That's what I'll say. I would be pretty surprised. So we'll go 31. What did I say? 31-21 Packers. We'll go with that. But let's see. What have we been saying in chat here? Sebastian says, do I think the team of Cam Newton would beat the team of Dr. Pigskin every season if they played once a year? You mean the Panthers? Dude, I don't know who would win, honestly, if the Giants and Panthers played this year. And I don't know if that's an actual matchup or not. I'm going to be real mad. I low-key probably would pick the Giants in that game. The Panthers, talk about a team that I've had a soft spot for. They had a complete meltdown today. That was brutal, man. They've only looked good against the Falcons for like a few years now. It's been so weird, but what can you do? Who could imagine that Abdul Carter would be a game changer if he's actually rushing instead of playing off ball? I know, dude. Like, and I get there's the similarities between Micah Parsons, and Micah played off ball a little bit his rookie year, but it's like, dude, come on. Like, just let's stop kidding ourselves. Let's put him at edge. We don't need to see him out here covering the flat or anything like that. Just have him rush. So, yeah. I don't know, man. If they could keep that going, I still have pretty high hopes for that Giants defense. Jackson Dart cited leaving a stadium with Madison beer. Dude, I'm telling you, it's the pop star effect. Poor Herbert, he didn't get it today. His line is injured. We're giving him grace, but I'm telling you, JJ McCarthy, well, I guess he's got a fiance. Someone on the Vikings. Maybe Christian Darrisaw needs to date a pop star or something. Culver's spicy chicken sandwich, Caden says. I'm going to be honest, I've not had that before. I might have to try that at some points. You know, I've been itching to go to Culver's for a while, and I know we were talking about the curd burger the other day. I haven't tried that either, so I'd love to give that a try, but it has honestly been a minute since I've been to Culver's. I think the last time I went to Culver's was when me, you, Parker, and Jack met up there back in like April when it was raining, if you remember that. And then we like played Switch or whatever. Yeah. It's been a while, and we have some down here. So, Joao asking, what do I make of the Pino Smith meltdown? Dude, it's tough. I mean, it's been such an up and down start to the season for him, and that's the downside of how he plays, right? I still love Gino. He's still one of my guys. I still think he's a really good player, but the truth is, like, yeah, sometimes he can have a stinker like that with just how aggressive he is, and man, there are just some games where like he just has some boneheaded, inopportune turnovers, and it really, really hurts. Today was definitely not his best work. I know he can play better than this, but also like it is fair to say like you are going to get a few games like this each year from him. So here's what I'll say from a Seahawks perspective, because I know I've got some Seahawks fans here. I will own up to this. Going into the season, I thought, man, Seahawks made a huge mistake at quarterback. I get the notion of like wanting to get younger and cheaper there, but man, I think they just got so much worse. Now, I don't know. I think that honestly was probably the right call. Saving money, getting younger, and honestly, Gino and Darnold, they're kind of close. They're kind of close. Darnold has been pretty darn good this year, so never compare him to Jared Goff again. Nah, yeah, I will give you that, dude. I think this year I'll finally be willing to admit, yeah, I think Goff is better than Gino. We're 4 games into the season. I'll fold on that take. Yeah, we'll take Goff over Gino. Goff has been good, dude. I don't remember if you were in the Monday night stream or not. But I was speaking very, very highly of Jared Goff, dude. That Ravens game. I mean, man, that is some of the best ball I've ever seen Jared Goff play. And I mean, Lions went out and looked good again today. So against a really good defense. So yeah, no, I've really started to come around on Jared Goff a little bit. He's been really impressive so far. So there you go. No, Jink. Of course, dude. He's going to go against the Vikings, and he's going to have the best game of his career when they play the Vikings, and it's going to win the Lions the division, and it's going to be awesome. You have class on Monday night. Okay, that's understandable. I should hit up your teacher and be like, yo, like, hey, I'm a YouTuber. I've got about 8.5 thousand subs. and I really need Sebastian in my stream. Can you just let him skip class, please? You'll understand, right? Oh, brother, Jerry's on the screen right now talking. I know when I first pulled up this game, Jason Garrett was interviewing Jerry Jones, and I didn't really hear what they were talking about, but I was like, oh my gosh, I know he's just loving it right now. I know he's just loving the attention. But it is 8:20. I'm a little surprised that we haven't kicked off yet. We're getting a little dangerously close to the NBA here, right? NBA always loves saying oh, our game started at 8:30, and then tip off is 8:52 or whatever. Let's not bring that into the NFL. Come on, people. We've always been really good about this. Let's not bring that into the NFL now. I need my football right now, this instant. Not 1 minute late, not 2 minutes late. I need it right now. But I don't know. They're doing their whole Micah Parsons package. Wow, they're showing the taping of the intro. I will say that went kind of hard. So I'll give them that at least. I could respect the production team. I will say I think NBC does the best production of any NFL broadcast. Even though the booth isn't what it used to be. Tirico and Collinsworth are fine. I definitely preferred Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth a little bit more. But I think Melissa Stark's a pretty good sideline reporter. Their studio crew is pretty good. And they do such a good job with the stats research and the packages that they put together and stuff like that. I don't know. It's shot so well. I'm kind of nerding out about sports broadcast stuff now, and I know someone else who went to school with me that backed me up on this. Just the color grading. I don't even know if that's the right word, but the cameras that they use, it just looks the best. The colors are the most accurate. It just looks the prettiest. They do a really good job. Joe asking, have I seen the A.D. Mitchell play? Oh, I did. I watched quite a bit of that Colts-Rams game, actually. I was really fired up for that one today. Dude, that's such a bummer because it was a heck of a catch, and then he just completely sells it at the end, right? It would have been a game-changing touchdown. Heck of an effort to get that ball and then, nearly score. Something about the Colts and dropping the ball right at the goal line, just completely changing the course of a game, Happened last year with Jonathan Taylor. And that really has kind of been A.D. Mitchell's NFL career in a nutshell so far, dude, because I really think he's a good player, man. I really think he's another one of those guys that's dude, I feel like he's so close to turning the corner. There's so much to work with here. There's so much talent. And he's in a really crowded receiver room right now. The offense is humming, and they haven't necessarily had to get him the ball a lot. And so when they've got some guys go down, I think Alec Pierce was out from that game, right? It's here we go. Here's a chance for the A.D. Mitchell game. And it nearly was. It was the A.D. Mitchell game, but for the wrong reasons instead. So that was kind of a bummer. But also, admittedly, I was kind of pulling for the Rams in that one. So, hey, Puka. Oh, ASAP Puka. He's him. Stafford MVP, maybe? Could we get a little crazy with it? All right, here we go. Sunday night football underway. Packers are going to start on offense. I'm curious what reception Micah Parsons is going to get when he goes out on the field. I mean, that some people might boo him, but I feel like a lot of the Cowboys fans wouldn't necessarily have ill will towards Micah, right? I feel like if you're a Cowboys fan, you're probably more upset with Jerry than you are Micah. It's pretty obvious what you have to do here is just pay him. They're showing the Packers offensive line right now. I mean, yeah, Darian Kennard and Jordan Morgan, those are the two tackles right now with Zach Tom out. And it just, I don't know. It made a big impact last week, but we'll see if the Cowboys quite have the horses up front to exploit that this week around, I like Azaraku, but I don't know. Start with a little swing pass to Jacobs. Got to get him going. There you go. Joe, you were saying you needed Matthew Golden, right? I could see it. I mean, hey, this Cowboys secondary, they give up some big plays. Golden's been getting open. He's been playing well so far. Honestly, he's been a little better than I thought he would be. The box score hasn't always showed it, like that game against the Commanders. Could have easily had a long touchdown, but Love just missed him, right? Stuff like that. But it's been very promising so far from Matthew Golden. There he is in motion. Fake the give to him. Oh, playing the run well. Okay. Eagle Eye saying, wouldn't it be hilarious if the Cowboys won somehow? I mean, it is the NFL, right? Any given Sunday, weird stuff happens all the time. Maybe the Cowboys plot armor comes through. Home crowd is fired up, right? I mean, I think if the Cowboys were going to win, it would really take a big time performance from like Dak to George Pickens, because I think that's still maybe like the one area of this Packers defense you can exploit going up against those corners. But as I talked about, I think it was like a week or two ago, and I might dive more into this once the Packers are on defense, but they might handle that all right. Love going deep. Oh my goodness. There he is. It's Golden. It's Matthew Golden. Deep shot right on cue. Third down, Love just chucks it. Honestly, there's another receiver there. I think it was Dontavion Wicks. Like, either one of them could have caught it, honestly. But yeah, I mean, Golden just cooked him the whole way. Yeah, he really could have taken his pick. He just kind of threw it to his spot. He's like, one of these guys is going to get it. Low key, that honestly might have been meant for Wicks, but Golden just like cut him off. But that's not a good sign for Dallas's defense if either one of those guys could have caught like a 50-yard pass there. There's Kraft. Your enemy has Garrett Wilson. You also have Achane. Okay. You should be in a pretty good spot, I would say, with Love and Golden, and you have Achane. Yeah, you should be good. I mean, unless Garrett Wilson just goes nuclear, you should be good. Oh, Monday class is online because of a transit strike. Wait, I think I might actually kind of know what you're talking about. Granted, I think I've seen it more with like Air Canada. And I don't know. I might be like a little bit familiar with a transit strike in Canada. That's what I'll say. But interesting. QB school vids on Justin Fields, dude. Those are cinema. Dude, that's what got me into JT's videos, honestly. Those were so funny. They hit so hard when your quarterback has a good game too, right? Like, man, I remember some of those late season Sam Darnold games, like the Sam Darnold game against the Packers last year. Like, that video hit like crack, dude. It was like, oh my gosh, JT is saying nice things about the offense and about Sam. Now, not quite as much nice stuff to say, but dude, Kraft is such a beast after the catch. Did he get in? Nah, he's down at the 1. Tucker Kraft is so good, dude. He honestly might be one of the 5 best tight ends in the NFL. He's just so good in space. Oh, they're going quickly. Did that ball pop out there? Hold on. What do we got here? Now we got flags down. Movement. Gonna back the Packers up. Okay. 85 just has no idea what he's doing out there. Dude, I love his history with Adam Thielen too. 19. Yo, what's up, Game Solved? Good to have you back in here. Hey, Duval, let's go, baby. How about the Jags getting it done? Hey, let's go. Heck yeah. You know what? We're standing 10 toes down on the Jaguars this year. Who's better, Jake Ferguson or Tucker Kraft from a game perspective, not fantasy? I would say Kraft for sure. And I like Ferguson a decent amount. After this play, I'll dive into that question a little bit more. I like Ferguson a decent amount. But Kraft is just so good at everything, dude. He's so good as a blocker. He's one of the best players in the NFL after the catch. Not even just tight ends. Like, seriously, he is one of the best offensive players in the NFL after the catch. He is so hard to bring down. And he's not like the most complete route runner ever, but like he's more than good enough in that category, right? I mean, his skill chart, like if you had like a little pie chart, like it's very full, it's very balanced. I think he's a better receiver, honestly, and a better blocker than Ferguson. But Ferguson's not bad. I do like Ferguson. Oh, goal line fade actually worked. Romeo Doubs touchdown. Pack on the board first. There you go. Hey, Dobbs greater than Jefferson, am I right? On Deron Bland's head. Yeah, that's tough. Not often do you see a goal line fade work. Nice ball, nice catch. I mean, When it does work, though, it's pretty, right? Here's one thing that I might go against the analytics for a little bit. I know that, like, statistically speaking, the goal line fade isn't always the best play, and I get that. And I'm not saying you need to pull it out like 3 straight times when you're at the goal line. But I don't hate pulling it out every once in a while, and especially from a fan's perspective. It's just such a pretty play to watch. You know, you can try and eradicate it, and we could all just run the brotherly shove every single time we get to the goal line, and sure, statistically speaking, that might be better. But there's something to be said about a pretty little touchdown like that I don't think we can let spreadsheets and percentages take out of our game. That is a rare Dr. Pigskin anti-analytics take right there. I stand with the goal line fade, and it's easy for me to say because it worked right there. Let's go. Let's go. Game solved asking how I'm doing. Vikings game got close at the end. Yeah, man, it was tough. I mean, we deserved to lose that game, right? We did not play well enough. We were sloppy. We made dumb mistakes. We were slipping all over the field. And on top of that, I think the biggest bummer is just like, for as much as we've invested in the offensive line, we just haven't seen it at full strength at all this season, right? I mean, we have yet to see, like, going into the season, the hope was our line was going to be Christian Darrisaw, Donovan Jackson, Ryan Kelly, Will Fries, Brian O'Neill. That group, that starting 5, has played exactly 0 snaps together. And now with Ryan Kelly getting yet another concussion, like, dude, I'm not sure that we're ever going to see that group play together. Like, real talk, man. I'm not going to speculate. I don't know for sure. But, like, man, if I'm Ryan Kelly, I've had 2 concussions in the last 4 weeks now. I've had like 4 or 5 in my career. It's like, dude, I don't know. Like, if he hangs it up tomorrow, I wouldn't blame him one bit, man. You got to protect yourself. Like, I can't guarantee that Ryan Kelly is going to go play again. And Donovan Jackson's been hurt. And now Brian O'Neill's got a knee injury and he's getting an MRI tonight. And we're going to see how that goes. Like, dude, it just sucks. Like, it just sucks because we did the right thing this offseason, right? We spent a lot on the offensive line. We built what on paper should have been a pretty good offensive line. And now we're like a quarter of the way into the season and it's just decimated by injury. I mean, like, we couldn't run an offense like that. We cannot escape freaking Justin School, dude. We had Justin School on TJ Watt for a good amount of that game. And it just, you know, and I've got other thoughts on the offense, and maybe I'll get into that in a sec, but all that to say, it was a tough loss. Hopefully we can get right against Cleveland next week and then get our bye and fly home and figure things out. And hopefully JJ can lock in a little bit. But man, today was kind of a tough loss today. And welcome, Michael. How about the win for the Steelers, by the way, who are looking good at 3-1. I will say respectfully, going into the year, I was like, man, this is a game we got to win, especially when you look at the rest of the Vikings schedule. After the Browns game, dude, it gets tough. It gets real tough. We've got the Eagles, we've got the Chargers, we've got the Lions and the Ravens, and we've got the Packers shortly after that too, right? I mean, it's just a very, very brutal stretch in our schedule. So ideally, like, our stretch pre-bye was supposed to be where we were going to stack up as many wins as possible. I was hoping we'd go into our bye with 1 loss. Now we're at 2 already. It's tough, man. I would have liked to have had this one, but Michael says we are entering the best time of the year for American sports. Oh yeah, man. I mean, there's just so much going on right now. Playoff baseball starts this week. NHL starts soon. NBA starts soon. Soccer, if you're into that, has started up, right? We've got, you know, all the different European leagues. We've got Champions League going on. NFL is really starting to kick into gear. College football is really starting to kick into gear. It's a great time to be a sports fan right now. I might argue, and this is funny because I'm a football guy, right? I might argue that my favorite time of the year for sports is actually the spring. I think fall is right behind it. I think fall and spring are the best 2 times, but I love the spring. I love early season baseball when, like, everyone's still in it and, like, you know, weird stuff happens. Like, oh my gosh, the Twins might actually be good. Who knows, you know? You've got the Masters. You've got late season NBA, early playoff NBA, early playoff hockey. You've got, you know, knockout stage of Champions League. And then even for football, you've got free agency and the draft. Two times of the year that I love for football. So, and I just like the season of spring a lot. So I might say I might say spring, but if you say fall is the best time, that's a very valid take right there, too. Either way, man, we're eating good right now. 3rd and 4 for Dallas here, man. Going 3-and-out after letting up an opening drive touchdown would be rough, and they're going to do just that. 3rd and 4, they do a little shotgun pitch to Javonte. Interesting. I mean, he's been running all right so far this year, but it was 3 straight runs with Javonte. 3 carries for 6 yards, and they're punting. And these linebackers for Green Bay, man, they're playing good football right now. How about Quay Walker? Someone who's flashed a little bit, but I feel like we've talked more about some of the boneheaded decisions that he's done. Just like some silly altercations that he's gotten into. Maybe it's the coaching. Maybe it's just another year of experience. Maybe it's bringing in Micah Parsons. Maybe it's all 3 of those things. But he's playing some excellent football. That was a great play by Quay Walker right there to force the punt. Yeah, you right on cue, Eagle Eyes. Yeah, Quay has been playing phenomenal football this year. Edgerrin Cooper gets all the love, and rightfully so. But Quay Walker is leveled up. He's right there with him. They got 2 fantastic linebackers on that defense. I'm ducking a comment about the costume earlier. Oh boy, let's see this. Oh, the Lucky Charms costume. Dude, that would have gone so hard. Maybe I'll do, because here's what I'll say. I do plan on going live next week in the morning for the, it'll be a weird combo stream. It'll be like half pregame show, but also like Vikings and Browns are playing. So I'll be pretty locked in on that too. I mean, we've done it before. We'll make it work, but maybe I'll try and do something to pay homage to London, you know. Maybe I'll dress like Peaky Blinders or something like that. I don't know, but and as I'll probably get to at the start of that stream, unfortunately, due to the Vikings losing today, I'll have to fulfill another challenge. So if you liked watching me eat that wing and drinking this Coke Zero, which this isn't as much of a punishment, but let's just say that next week will be a real punishment for me. I'm not looking forward to it. It's like, why? But yeah, it's tough. Sebastian, you're also saying don't look past the Browns. Dude, I'm not. I mean, especially like, again, with how injured our offensive line is right now, I'm not. Myles Garrett takeover game. I mean, we saw it win the Browns a game last week. I'm not completely ruling it out. Yeah. I'd like to think we'll win, but I can't guarantee it, you know. Plug Wentz in at tackle when McCarthy's back. I mean, at this point, I might rather have him than School, respectfully. Game Solved asking if I have MLB World Series champion predictions. Says the Mariners are building something special. I don't hate the Mariners, honestly, right? First division championship in like 25 years. They've been looking pretty good. I know the Brewers have been pretty good this year. The Dodgers are always a threat. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I haven't been like crazy tapped into MLB this year, especially after the Twins nuked their entire team. You know, I mean, I'll say Mariners, honestly. They've got a good lineup. Their pitching is pretty good. Maybe that's a bad take. I don't know. There might be people that know baseball better than I do that might have a better take. I'm going to go Mariners, honestly. I feel like they've got a lot of ingredients there. I could eat fish and chips on stream. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. All right, here we go. Packers on the ball here for the second time. Up 7-0. I think this might be where they try and get the run game going a little bit. It was pretty pass heavy on the first drive. Let's see if you can mash it with Jacobs a little bit. Play action. Love rollout. Good throw and catch. There's Dobbs again. And this is so funny for me to say as a Vikings fan, right? But I'm going to say it anyways. Honestly, I hope Love goes and balls out today on a national stage because I just really think he's such a good player. And I need more people on board this agenda, man, that he's like a top 10 quarterback, that he really is like that, you know? So I hope, albeit it's the Cowboys, it's not exactly the best defense ever, but I hope he goes out there and has a game today and we can all recognize what we're watching here. Sebastian might root for them so the Astros are out. Oh, there you go. A little AL West solidarity. I'm interested. Astros. So you're an Astros fan, and I might have actually asked you this before. Why the Astros? Because I know you've got the Lions, right? I mean, hey, the Tigers are in the playoffs. Why the Astros? Out of curiosity. Man, they're showing this Cowboys defensive lineup right now. Look how far we've fallen. This was like one of the best defenses in the league just a few years ago. The first year I did these streams, the first year of this channel, 2023, the Cowboys were like one of the best teams in the NFL that year. Their defense was ridiculous. There's Golden again. A few more fantasy points for you. But they had Parsons, they had Osa Odigizua, they had Deron Bland breaking the pick six record. I mean, points per game, yards allowed, sacks, defensive EPA, success rate, all that stuff. They're up near the top. Then, of course, they ran into Green Bay in the playoffs. Green Bay kind of dunked on them a little bit, but yeah. Chat, Doc is on a delay. Let's tell what's going on in the game. Am I actually on a delay? I mean, I might be. I know YouTube TV has a bit of a delay compared to like regular cable or satellite. Love rips it. Oh, did he hold on? Did Dobbs catch that? I don't know if the ball jostled free or not. I don't know if that was a clean catch or not. Oh, welcome, Ron. I'm sorry, man. That's so tough. One thing you can count on with the Cowboys, nothing good will last forever. Yeah, man. I mean, just... That 2023 team, honestly, has a pretty soft spot in my heart. That was a really fun team to watch, but I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that is tough. That does seem to be the case with them recently. Yo, what's up, Brent? What's going on? Good to have you in here, Brent. Hey, next week, man, we're facing off. Vikings taking on the Browns in London. We'll be live for that. Hopefully you'll be in here for that. That should be a good one. There you go. Now you can get it to Jacobs. Okay. Let's pull up Jacobs' stats here from this season because I feel like he's just had some really quiet games so far. He's coming into this game averaging 3.1 yards per carry, 58 carries, 180 yards, and I don't know, like some of it is he hasn't just been getting the ball a ton. Well, I say that's not exactly true. 58 carries through 3 games is a decent amount. I don't know. There just hasn't been a lot of chunk plays in the running game so far for Green Bay, but this is another one of those spots where, right, like total get right spot right here. This Cowboys defense has struggled defending the run for years now. They're going empty. I guess 2nd and 18, you get the penalty. But even with the penalties, good to see him get a decent run right there. He's a guy you're really going to have to get going if this Packers team is going to be like Super Bowl caliber. All right, 3rd and long. You know, I mean, because I really do feel like even with the loss to the Browns last week, right? Like if you're Green Bay, like the expectation is Super Bowl. That's why you go get Micah Parsons. You feel like the defense is there. This is a Super Bowl defense. The offense, you feel like it could be there, but man, if you have that consistent threat of a rushing game, that puts a little bit less on Love and these young receivers. And that was really the engine of their offense last year, was having such a good run game. That's something they got to get going throughout the season if they're really going to hit their ceiling. I'll just dump it. Bro. Oh, that's crazy. I almost got it. There's Savion Williams. No way. You know, he's been getting a little bit of run so far. I know Caden and I were talking about Savion Williams. He kind of put me on to him a little bit. He had me watch some Savion Williams. He wanted my opinion, and I was like, honestly, I didn't know who he was at the time. But I went and watched him at TCU, and I was like, okay, I could see the vision. Like, he could be fun with, like, a good offensive mind that gets him out in space or whatever, right? And what do you know? He goes to Matt LaFleur and the Packers, and he's getting plenty of runs so far. And because of that, I love this. They're going for it on 4th down. You don't need to get all the yards on 3rd and 18. They get 16, and then they can turn around and go for it. I love it. Oh, actually snap it. Oh, have some respect. You could actually snap the ball. See? I'm not a coach, right? Sure. But why would you call that specific play to that specific player? Just like a little quick pass to Savion Williams, try and spring him free and pick up a good amount of yards. You're not throwing past the 6 or anything. I just don't get why you would call a play like that to a player like that. Get 16 yards, which is a very good outcome. Set up 4th and 2 in a good spot to go for it. Line up to go for it and then not do it. Like, man, I feel like they almost played that perfectly. I feel like the numbers would say that's a clear go situation right there. And whatever, it's fine. But that is something to note right there. I mean, hey, if Dallas comes away with points on this drive, it's like, I don't know. But Ron saying, I remember when I did my season preview video, I was talking up Dax something fierce. I don't think he's going to live up to my lofty expectations. Dude, it's tough. I mean, especially without CD now, right? I will say, I do think overall he has played some pretty good football so far this season, right? Like, honestly, the box score doesn't necessarily reflect it, and they lost. But opening night against the Eagles, I thought he was fantastic. I thought he played some phenomenal football. Just a couple of bad drops by CD, right? And like major uphill battle going against the Eagles in Philly. But I thought he made so many good throws in that game. He put him in a position to win that game. He wins the big shootout against the Giants. Russell Wilson had gaudy stats, but Dak was going band for band with him. Dak was playing well in that game too. So I say all that to say, I think you're fair in saying that, like, yeah, like he might not like lead the NFL in touchdown passes like I was saying he might. Like, that's totally true. But I still stand by, like, you know what? I think he's a really good quarterback. I really do. And I would love to see the Cowboys get one more charge with him. They're in kind of a weird quasi rebuild right now. I'd love like the final act of Dak's career. He's on his last legs, but his game ages well. They put together one last good team and they make one last charge with him. I'd love to see that. Sebastian, something that definitely happened. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Never seen a decapitation by the crossbar. Josh saying, after seeing a Marion fail to score 5 points 2 weeks ago, this is feeling so good. Yeah. Hey, let me pull up that Giants Chargers game here real quick. I did watch a little bit of that, but it was good to see a Marion Hampton get going in that game a little bit. He's coming along, and there's another rookie running back in the AFC West that's starting to come along a little bit too. So now we're just waiting on Travion Henderson. And Judkins has been pretty good for Cleveland now, too. He's turned in a few nice performances. We're really just waiting on Travion Henderson and then Caleb Johnson as the other rookie back that we haven't seen a ton of yet. But there you go. Brent says, if I don't have a game to officiate, you should be there. Oh, 4 games, 40-minute halves, U15 girls games. Lactic acid is hitting. I bet, dude. That sounds like a grind right there. Well, best of luck to you, my man, and hopefully we can make some time here and you can pop in just for like a minute. But hey, if duty calls, I totally get it. Ron saying Dak is always good. He's just not the guy. Reminds me of Tony Romo. No, that's fair, right? And I was a big Romo defender too. I'm a sucker for like those tier 2 QBs. It's like, yeah, but they're good, But I get it. He's not like Mahomes or Allen or anything. Like, that's understandable. But epic prank. All right, 2nd and 3. They're actually dropping back now, right? We're talking first drive is run, punt. There you go. Look at that. You can throw it to your back, too. Let's let Dak cook on this drive, honestly, right? I mean, honestly, again, like, I don't want to be too annoying about Green Bay's decision to punt here, but I don't know. They kind of left a little crack open in the door here for Dallas. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm coming out swinging. I'm throwing the ball. I'm seeing if I can hit a chunk play in the air. Yes, you have to worry about number 1 Micah. We're seeing his first pressure there. Nice clean win off the edge, but I don't know. You could really turn this game on its head with a touchdown here. Little run to Javonte. I might look for Pickens here soon. See if you can get a decent matchup on the outside. Genty with nuclear today. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to see how good of a player he can be when he's not getting hit behind the line of scrimmage, right? It's beautiful to see when 101% of his yards are not after contact. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, is crazy. But Oh, yeah. Atleti, we up right now, baby. We up. Simeone's got him right now. Oh, cut it loose, Dak. Oh, good play. Good play. Looking for Cavante Turpin there. Broken up. And there's that man, Keyshawn Nixon. I got to give him his flowers. I've talked about corners being a weakness for Green Bay, and still, in the grand scheme of things, I think that's still fair to say. I got to admit, though, Keyshawn Nixon has been playing some surprisingly good ball this year. He was all over the place that Thursday night game against the Commanders. There he is, making another good play in coverage. We all know him best as a return man, right? But he's come along as a corner. I got to give him some props. 3rd and 5. You got to throw it here. Yep. Micah was cooking off the edge there. They're not going to get it. Packers rally and tackle. All right, defense gets a stop. There you go. Throwing short of the sticks. I mean, see that if you want to go back to what we were talking about earlier, game solved, right? I think this might sound a little harsh, but like a play like that is kind of the difference between someone like Jake Ferguson or Tucker Kraft, right? Oh, there's no way they go. Let's go. More on that in a sec. Are they actually going to go? I love this. Come on, you're 6.5 point underdogs here. It's a big statement game. You're 1-2. No, come on. Dude, this is the game to be trying that weird stuff, especially if you're Dallas. Did the Packers call timeout? Interesting. Yeah, Green Bay took a timeout. Well, there you go. They, at the very least, they got Green Bay to burn a timeout. I think you got to go here, man. Yeah, I don't know. Baiting for a penalty. Oh. And again, it's like I'm not the person that's getting paid to make these decisions, so it's easy for me to say, but man, come on. This is the game where you got to go. But to go back to the Ferguson thing, like they threw short of the 6 to Ferguson and they asked him to, they are going to go. They are going to go. No way. Let's go. They're going inside their own 35. That's awesome. Unless are they going to take a timeout now? Dude, don't do that. Come on, man. I think they're actually going to go. No, they're not. Come on, dude. Like, seriously? What was the point of that? Green Bay takes a timeout. Like, or they just take the delay of game. I'm sorry, man. Maybe I'm like too Gen Z brained or whatever, right? And I get like maybe going for it at your own 32 is a little rich. This is just honest to goodness. One of my biggest pet peeves is like when you line up to go for it and it's just, no, we're actually going to take a timeout. Like, I'm sorry, man. To me, that's just plain scared. Exactly, Ron. Like, and Green Bay already took a timeout. Like, they already lined up. They got Green Bay to take a timeout. Like, if you really didn't want to go for it, you could have saved yourself all that trouble and just punted after that, you know? I will say, as bad as these were, it was not nearly as bad as what the Pittsburgh Steelers did this morning. I don't know how many of y'all watched that game. Goodness gracious. I love Mike Tomlin, but that was horrible, dude. Did y'all see that? Steelers having like 4th and less than 1 and, you know, first down ends the game and they opt to take the delay of game and then punt it instead. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. What was that? Like, come on, man. That was pretty bad. I thought for sure, like, okay, they ran a little QB sneak with Darnell Washington earlier in the game. Like, just do that again, right? Like, I remember I was, like, cackling in my living room. I was laughing. I was like, dude, there's no way. They just gift-wrapped at us a chance to get back in this game. And, of course, you know, we still shot ourselves in the foot again. But, Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, and honestly, like, rightfully so, right? I love Tomlin, but, like, that was terrible, man. Like, come on, you know. You're more tired of the cuts to Jerry Jones than you are Taylor Swift. Dude, I said this earlier, too. You know Jerry is loving this right now. I mean, they've been cutting to him all game. He had his little interview at the desk with Jason Garrett pregame. They had a little package with him. Like, yeah. Oh man. Sarcasm aside, it's just 1 yard, and the Packers gave them more time to draw something up. Sebastian saying exactly like after the timeout, like I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think if you're really gonna pull off the upset, like that is the wacky kind of stuff that you got to do, that you got to go your way, right? If you're going to have breaks go your way, sometimes you got to make your own breaks or like give yourself the opportunity to catch a break. But Brent's excited for Mr. Dan Campbell to have Sewell wide receiver screens for touchdowns, as long as it's not against us. I've seen enough Sewell receiving against the Vikings for a while. I think we're good on that, but against another team, maybe we can do that. People were telling her she was wrong because Pittsburgh had a point. No. See, exactly. Like, no, the process was terrible. They easily could have lost that game, right? Like, that was the wrong decision. Sometimes you can make the wrong decision and still win, right? Like, for example, I disagree with the Packers' decision to punt it on their last possession, but their defense did get a stop. That doesn't all of a sudden mean, like, it. I mean, it kind of means it was the right decision because it worked out, but, like, that doesn't necessarily take away from like the process of it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. Ron saying it'd be hilarious if the Jones kid sells the Cowboys as soon as Jerry's body is cold. We'll see, man. I mean, they seem to at least like somewhat enjoy it, I guess. I won't claim to know the Jones family dynamics. Also, we got a nice little Emmanuel Wilson screen here, but they seem to enjoy it at least somewhat, right? Hey, if no one else will do it, I'll run the Cowboys. I'll do it. Maybe we can all go in on the Cowboys. We can be a nice little ownership group. Dr. Pigskin, the YouTube channel and the YouTube chat community will own the Cowboys. I feel like we'd do all right. I gotta say, man, Coke Zero is pretty good. Is it quite as good as the real thing? No, probably not. But it's 0 calories, so it feels like cheating a little bit. Pistol for the Packers. I love it. There's Wilson again. They've got him the rock a few times now on this drive. They have a sneaky good 1-2 punch. Wilson's not a bad number 2, honestly, in this Green Bay offense. In this backfield, I should say. He's definitely not the number 2 in the whole offense, but Cowboys with only 26 yards. They have barely had the ball in this game. And they'll just go to second quarter. But Dallas defense been on the field a lot, man. Not looking good early for the Cowboys. 7-0 after 1. Wait, are you serious, Eagle Eyes? Did that actually happen? I'm gonna pull this up. There's no way. There's no way. I shouldn't be laughing if that's true, actually. I'm just like in shock right now. So I gotta move my little wing plate out of the way. For those of you that missed that earlier, that was a doozy. But what's up, Tchotchkes? Good to have you back in here. Let's go. Good to have you back in these streams. Game has been all right. I mean, it's been fine. It's 7-0, so at least it's like close for right now, but Green Bay clearly looks like the better team. Okay, we finally got our mouse working. He was just mugged. That's actually crazy, though. Hold on a second. Let's look this up. I actually did not hear about this. I'm sorry, Skylar Thompson, for chuckling at the prospect of this happening. The fact that Skylar Thompson is the first thing that came up. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wait. I do remember reading something about this now, actually. You're right. Okay, you're right. I do remember that. I remember seeing a few tweets about this. Sorry, I don't know why I thought he was still on. I just remember seeing like Steelers player got mugged or whatever, right? I don't know why I thought he was still on the Dolphins. You're right. That did happen. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm not that I'm encouraging this, obviously not. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more, I guess. I'm surprised we don't hear like more cases of stuff like that happening. Dr. Pigskin inciting crime. No. That's not, I'm not saying it should happen more. I'm just a little surprised. But future GM of the Cowboys, I'd be okay. I'd be okay. I don't know. Why is Jacoby Brissett started for the Cowboys? The Cowboys have gotten one first down. I believe it's 1 first down to 6 in this game right now. Yeah. Joao saying people are talking about how Sao Paulo was the most dangerous place ever, and players would instantly get murdered if they looked out of the window. Dude, that's right. That stuff is so crazy, and there's just like so much blatant misinformation going on around that stuff, right? Remember the whole like, oh, you can't wear green or you're gonna get killed. It's like, no, come on, yeah, no, that whole thing these past 2 years has been crazy, man. So, and especially like being from Brazil, I bet like that's probably got to drive you insane. So that's got to be tough. Myles Garrett got robbed a few years ago in Cleveland. That's right. Joe Burrow's house got broken into. Maybe it does happen a lot. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. It does happen every once in a while, I guess. I feel like usually like it's players' homes getting burglarized like while they're playing or something, you know, or while they're out of town. Oh, Steelers QB. Dude, if it was Rodgers, that would have been crazy. Sebastian, I don't think Dr. Pigskin. Oh, it's picked. It's picked. Trayvon Diggs. Hang on a second. Oh, there's a flag down. We'll see. But hold on. All right, a little twist of the drama right there. You know what? Jordan Love, God bless him, but sometimes he's due for a little interception like that. Even I, Mr. Jordan Love fan, can admit that. Let's watch this back. Oh, did they have 12 men on the field? Is that what the penalty is for? Bro, yeah, they got a free play. That's exactly what it was. That's a Rodgers special right there. Snapping the ball quick, trying to get a free play. That's crazy. Well, so much for that. So much for that. Oh, yeah, we're still waiting on that Hunter Luepke touchdown, Brent. Oh, yeah. we were hoping for it on opening night. Maybe we'll get a little horns up moment in a little bit here. That's so tough. Yeah, that was the break they needed, but just couldn't get that last man off in time. Love learned a few things from Rodgers, you know? He learned a trick or two from the old man. Oh, we got Williams in the backfield. I love it. They'll give it to him. All right, he gets like a yard or two, but he's such a good mover with the ball in his hands, right? I mean, he's a guy that was really good at returning kicks at TCU. Honestly, I know they've got Matthew Golden returning punts right now. I'm going to be real. I don't know why they don't have Savion Williams returning punts. Like, he's just so good in space. I love that they're manufacturing some touches for him early on. I don't know that he'll ever turn into like a crazy, like, true out-and-out receiver, right? He just doesn't have a very complete route tree, questionable hands, but he could be a really fun gadget player. Like I say all that to say, like, for what? He was like a 4th or 5th round pick. Like he could have a very good career for being a guy that was picked in day 2, day 3 of the draft. So, and the Packers seem to have a pretty clear understanding of who he is. Like, they're not asking him to be something that he's not. That's a good way to maximize your draft picks right there. What was I saying before the interception? Oh, yeah, I don't think Dr. Pigskin had anything to do with that. That's what I'll say. I can confirm that I was not there on that day. 3rd and 2. Oh, Jacobs got it. Easy. Made one guy miss, just bouncing off tackler a little bit, but just go downhill. That's what he does best. Running out of shotgun right there. Packers offense, Matt LaFleur offense, right? Coming from the Shanahan-McVay tree, right? You always think of these perimeter runs, all this outside zone stuff. But as I've talked about with Sean McVay a lot, you could also say the same for Matt LaFleur. The Packers have done a really good job at adding extra little wrinkles into their run game. It's not all just zone stuff. It's not all just runs to the perimeter and cutbacks and all that. They're really good at running between the tackles. They're a good downhill running team. And sometimes they run out of shotgun too. They've got a nice diverse running game. It's not predictable, and they've got a good set of backs that can do a lot of different things. So I love seeing a play like that, you know? It can be easy to shoehorn these Shanahan guys into all the same offenses, but each of the Shanahan guys, especially the four main ones, right? Kyle, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, they all really have their own flavors on it. They all have their own spins, all different takes on the same offensive scheme. And I don't know. Each one, they feel like they all have their own little tricks. And when Matt LaFleur's cooking, man, he can really cook in the run game. Yeah, Brett Favre is in the house. Yeah. You know, he seems to have made up with the Packers now, right? Just make sure your welfare checks don't go to him. Oh, man. 1st and 20 now after the penalty. Little screen. Oh, that's tough. Dude, they had 3 blockers out there for Brooks, and he just ran into them. That honestly looked like a decently designed play, just maybe a hitch or two on the execution. I don't know. Like, usually if you're running a screen like that, it's good when you've got your back and then a triangle of blockers around him. And yeah, he runs into Sean Ryan, the guard. That's tough. Could you say the Packers are good? They might be. They might be pretty good. I mean, hey, I did pick them to win the division going into the season, I will say. And I stand by that take. I don't know. I mean, the Lions are coming along, but yeah, Green Bay's pretty good, man. They've got a good coaching staff, really good roster. Oh, okay, love. I see you. Oh, I see you. I see you, Jacobs. How about that? Picking up the first down. I wonder, I think that's going to count as a rush, right? Or they're calling it a lateral because that was a backwards pass. Yeah. Oh, that's a brilliant play right there. And then Jacobs just going in space. There you go. Little stiff arm right there. Couldn't quite finish it off, but now you're 1st and goal. That's Love at his best, man. He really is a creative player. Again, he tries some funky, weird stuff, and every once in a while he gets into trouble. And this might sound like Love praise or whatever, but like, come on, that was a pretty good play, even though it doesn't go in the stat sheet for him. Touchdown, Dobbs, again. How about that? All right, that's some more. This has turned into like a Packers praise sesh, whatever, dude. I'm just calling it how I see it, right? Great sequence there by Matt LaFleur in the red zone. First time around, you throw a goal line fade to Romeo Dobbs. Come back, next time you're in the red zone, hit him with the slant instead. So you go from one area of the field, then you cut inside, do the other thing. That was nice. That was nice. All right, 14-0 Packers. Good drive from Green Bay. Good throw from Love there. Oh, it's blocked. It's blocked. Oh, could the Cowboys steal 2 here? It's a rare 2-point play. It's good. Cowboys on the board. I love seeing stuff like that. That's awesome. And there's Jerry in the box. It's 13-2, folks. How about that? How about that for a scoreline? Who got that? I couldn't quite see. Jay Thomas. I don't know who that is, to be completely honest with you. All right. It's 13-2, folks. That's awesome. Oh, man. Had a little Brazil talk in here. Michael asking if I talked about the Ravens being 1-3 yet. No, I haven't. I watched a good amount of that Ravens-Chiefs game. Ended up being kind of a clunker, honestly. Lamar went out with some mysterious hamstring injury. I mean, the defense just looks rough right now, right? If you're the Steelers, you're feeling pretty good right now. You've got a nice head start in the division. Joe Burrow is out for 3 months. The Bengals look lost at sea. The Ravens have dug themselves into quite the hole. Like, you got to think you have at least a shot to win the division, right? We're only a quarter of the way into the season, but you're in an excellent spot right now. I mean, that Ravens defense is just a disaster. It really is. I thought going into the season, like, oh, this is going to be one of the 5 best defenses in the league. I thought they got through their growing pains with Zach Orr as the new DC last year, right? They got off to a poor start last season on defense too, but they ended up getting right. They made a few changes. Hamilton really took off, and the defense played great second half of the season. I thought, man, they had some guys in the draft and free agency. Year 2 under Zach Orr, like, this should be a really good defense. And some of it you can point to injuries, but some of it you can point to the fact that, like, Roquan Smith is just not moving like he used to. Like, honestly, he's a little bit on washed watch. Marlon Humphrey is getting beat a little bit, and they just are toothless with their pass rush, especially with Matabike and Van Noy out, right? It was already a thin pass rush to begin with. You get rid of those two guys, they've got nothing. They're struggling to stop the run without Travis Jones right now, too. I mean, it's just, I still like to think they'll at least figure it out enough to make the playoffs, because it's just so hard to bet against all the talent on this team. And we've seen them deal with rough starts before, but 1-3 is a significant hole. For as much as like the 0-2 stat is talked about, or like, oh, like only blank percent of teams that start 0-2 make the playoffs, it's like 9% or something like that. You have to imagine it's probably a pretty similar number if you start 1-3. Could the Ravens be a part of that 9%? Absolutely. But it is not encouraging how they've played so far through these first 4 games. That's what I'll say. So that has been tough. Julius Thomas. Is that actually his name? Because I know we're thinking of I'm thinking of the Broncos tight end, but maybe there's another Julius Thomas too. Caden says, we're so much better when our wide receivers are happy and on board with the power of friendship versus an alpha receiver. True. And it's funny you're talking about that with Romeo Doubs, right? Because he kind of had his whole thing last year. He was suspended for a game, had some ups and downs, and there's some stuff going on behind the scenes with him too. But he seems to have really bought in, and you've got that everyone eats mentality going on right now. Same thing in Buffalo, right? Like, there's maybe not a true number one, but it's a good, deep group, and everyone's getting fed enough right now that everyone's happy. Good water. I've been yapping a lot, but Sebastian says, as expected for someone with a YouTube channel called Dr. Pigskin, those predictions were just my deranged fantasies in disguise. Dude, I'm going to let you on a little secret. Here's what I'll say. Sometimes with my predictions, I do get a little wish-casty, and it's like, this is my prediction because I hope it happens. But also, like, I try and see the vision with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I do get a little zany with my predictions, and it gets me into trouble. But today, we're taking our win with the Giants and the Jaguars. We're taking our wins with those teams. Ron says, wouldn't be surprised if the 2 points was all that. Oh, those 2 points was all that Dallas scored all game. They might get on the board eventually, but yeah. Oh, did I just ruin a joke? No. That's so tough. See what Shoddy schemes up here. Welcome, it's Kaz. Good to have you in here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we got Parker in here too. What's up, Parker? Let's go. Shot an 88 on the golf course and won the scramble. Heck yeah, man. Cheers to that. Let's go. 88. That's solid. That's very solid. We'll take that. Eagle-eyed hopes the Giants win 9 games. Just isn't going to happen. Probably. Yeah, probably. Sebastian's shown some love to Cuba. You know what's funny? I was actually just thinking about Cuba the other day, actually. For those of you, you might have noticed, and I think I might even... I'm pointing in the right direction, but... Oh! Looking for Pickens there, but I've got a world map behind me. I actually got this from my grandparents when I was helping them move out. They had this National Geographic world map, and I kept staring at it. My grandma was like, do you want it? I'm like, heck yeah, absolutely. But I was looking at the map the other day, and I was looking at Cuba, and I was just like, you know what? I'd love to go to Cuba at some point. I was on a little Cuba rabbit hole the other day, and I was like researching Cuba a little bit on Google Maps. I like doing that every once in a while, just like going to different countries or cities and like clicking around on Google Maps and stuff like that. So let's go Cuba, baby. Let's go Cuba. Okay, it says one of these days Dobbs will have a better season than JJ and he'll not shut up about it. Yeah, we'll see. Sure. uh, dude, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I feel like Jefferson is like slightly older than Dobbs. Like maybe the off chance that Jefferson retires before Dobbs. You never know. You never know. 3rd and 7. Just rip it, Dak. Oh, yeah, there's Turpin. Flag is down. Turpin was awfully open. We'll see if this comes back maybe. Now I've got some pushing and shoving here. But I like how they're opening things up with Dak a little bit more. They're letting him attack downfield. They tried that deep shot to Pickens. Wasn't quite there, but there you get an in-breaking route to Turpin. Dak is good at throwing over the middle of the field. That's his bread and butter. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's a procedure penalty. Illegal formation. That's so tough. Dude, that sounds like such a vibe, Joao. Oh my gosh. That would be unbelievably hard. That would be sick. Dr. Packers. Oh, I didn't even catch that. Parker to the Ryder Cup. Dude, we need him. We did not have a great showing in the Ryder Cup this weekend. I won't lie, I didn't watch a single second of the Ryder Cup, but I saw that we lost. We is in the United States. So, next golfer for Team USA, Parker Wieland. Let's go. Oh, is that Lupke? We got a Hunter Lupke touch, at least, Brent. It wasn't a touchdown, but we got a Hunter Lupke draw on 3rd and long. We'll take that. That calls for a horns up. We'll hit the horns up for that. 6-yard carry for Hunter Lupke. We'll take it. Parker, here's what I'll say. You are not going to want to miss the stream next week, Parker. You in particular, because let's just say, and I'm actually bending the rules a little bit for this. I will fulfill the challenge. I will. And again, I'm teasing this a lot. You just have to tune in on Sunday morning when you see for sure. But let's just say, Parker, I remember during the draft, you asked me a question. Oh, hold that thought. We just witnessed a murder. Oh, baby. Did y'all see that hit? Oh, my goodness. That was an old school hit right there. Oh, Dick Butkus and Ray Nitschke would be proud. Oh. Anyways, Parker, you asked me on stream. Let's just say next week it won't be quite exactly what you were asking, but it'll be similar. But let's just say that next week you will see something on stream. True. The foreshadowing. He really did end up getting decapitated, just not by the crossbar. You're absolutely right. Crazy foreshadowing by Sebastian right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Matthew Golden getting crushed. We'll see. So here's the thing, Caden. If you go back and you look at that challenge post that you found, right? Here's the thing. I'm going into today. Well, so going into today, I thought that there was actually a different challenge for the Vikings Browns game because it was in Ireland. And so I thought, oh, I'm going to have to do this. Instead, the challenge is like literally one of my least favorite ones, and I'm still going to do it because I'm a man of my word. But I really want to be a beast, so there's something else I'm going to do too. I'll text you later and I'll elaborate, or you could probably find it too, but I'll elaborate. Like, I will fulfill the actual Browns challenge, but I'm going to make a protest and say that I think that the Browns challenge, or the Steelers challenge and the Browns challenge should be swapped, geographically speaking. But but I will be a man of my word, and I will fulfill the challenge. It's actually on the graphic too. Hope you're working on your fish cleaning technique for the Seahawks game. That's right. Oh yeah, this man remembers. Oh yeah. Dude, honestly, that is a little bit of a scary game these days. Going into Seattle too. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Dr. Hot Tub stream. Maybe one day. I don't remember. I don't think there was a hot tub related thing on there, but we would try and keep it rated E in the hot tub. That's what I'll say. I can't get demonetized or anything, and I'm not even gonna say that. All right, Packers back on the ball. I've been walking the line a little bit today. It's been like a week since I've been live. I'm having some fun. The game is all right. I gotta make it interesting. Oh man. Brentacine reports that Bad Bunny is performing at the Super Bowl halftime. Really? Interesting. I'll get down with that. That would be fun. I must. Hey, maybe there's children watching these streams. You never know. What is Golden doing? Bro. Someone's got to check him for a concussy, honestly. That man tried to really reverse field there. We're going to get a late flag. Makes a Twitch account. Oh, a big uptick in subs if I have a little hot tub stream. I'll take it. I'd take that as a huge compliment. It definitely wouldn't get to my head. Oh, they're going to get the Cowboys. Man, that's a first down. That takes away what would have been a massive play. Oh, Ezaraku, too. My man, Ezaraku. Oh. That's so tough. I mean, they had him dead to rights. They forced a massive loss right there. Rare stop for this defense. All to be nullified because Ezaraku is like stomping and what did he do? I mean, it looked like maybe a slight step over. That's a little stomp right there. I mean, yeah, you can't be doing that. You gotta get up cool, calm, and collected. That's just a rookie mistake right there. That was pretty ugly. Savion again. Oh, he's gonna pass it back. Love wanted to go deep. He'll just scramble instead. Oh, they wanted to hit a little trick play there. I respect it. Smart by Love to not pull the trigger if it wasn't there, though. Every once in a while, you'll see a little double pass pulled out. Sometimes you can hit a big shot play off of that. But you'll take it. I guess it was only 3 yards, but you have all these thoughts. They only watch videos from my body. You know what's bad? I think I would take that. I would be like, cool. I don't know that would be a bad thought for me. Second and 6. But Pigskin pregame / Vikings versus Browns live next week. We'll be back live in the morning again. Fake flea flicker by the Bears. I actually didn't see that, but it's nice to see that Ben Johnson still got a nice little bag of trick plays himself too. I didn't watch a ton of that game. I mean, I had it up on my laptop. I love the 4 o'clock window because there's usually only 3 or 4 games on, and I have 4 screens, so I can have every single game up in the 4 o'clock window. So I had it up, but I wasn't like focused on it too intently. The 2 games I was probably following the closest were, well, honestly, I would say Rams Colts I followed the most, and then Chiefs Ravens, and then I was a little tuned in to Jaguars 49ers, especially at the end. So I don't know. I didn't watch as much of Bears Raiders. I saw like the Genty touchdowns and stuff, but I'll have to go back and watch that. Could unleash whatever the NFL takes, and everyone would be too distracted to notice. Oh, whatever NFL. Okay, that makes more sense. I can unleash whatever NFL takes I want. Ego on full display? Maybe. A little bit. Oh, it's nullified. Okay, well, I tell you what. When NFL Pro... Ooh, Ooh, that was close. When NFL Pro in a few days releases the replay, I'll go back and I'll try and pull that up. Shout out NFL Pro, man. I'm not sponsored. I love NFL Pro so much. I have a subscription. I think it's totally worth it, dude. I love just going through, being able to pull up any game replay, having not free, but having access to Red Zone, having access to all 22, stuff like that. The stats database on there is pretty nice. Yeah. So when NFL Pro, I think usually either Monday or Tuesday. By Tuesday, always they have like the replays and the all 22 out. I'll try and go find that play. And you can like filter plays too, and you can find specific plays. It's so nice, man. But they try. Wait, did they actually? Did they try and do that again? The fake stumble pass? That's so tough. Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben. Oh, maybe it was unintentional, but either way, I mean, who knows with Ben Johnson? It might have been. Yeah, I thought he would too. And I guess, like, talking about Loveland, right? He's a rookie tight end, and, like, they usually take a while to come along. Case in point, how about Kyle Pitts, who's playing great this season, finally, right? Like, when everyone gave up on him, myself included, it's like, I can't go down this road again. Now, all of a sudden, Kyle Pitts is playing fantastic. He looks great out there. He's been a huge part of the Falcons' offense. Had another great game today. So it's a very tough position to learn, and usually it takes guys a few years to like really turn things on, right? Like Eric Ebron came into the league with great expectations, and overall, like maybe he didn't quite live up to them, but he at least had a few good seasons, but it took a while for him to get there, you know? Vernon Davis had a really good career. He came into the league with a lot of hype. First few years, he was seen as a bust. It took a while for him to get there. Even like Travis Kelce, you know, he dealt like with his suspension, but he wasn't really like a dude at tight end until like a few years into his career. So I still think Loveland could be really good. Admittedly, you know, I took him in like darn near every fantasy league I was in this year. Maybe I should have only taken him in Dynasty and not all my leagues. And he was injured today. So obviously, like, you know, he didn't do anything today, but he has like 3 catches on the season or something like that. But I thought he was going to be a much bigger part of this offense. So I'm kind of with you. I've been a little disappointed with Loveland, even if I don't want to overreact too much. That's what they're saying on the line subreddit. That was an intentional. And maybe we'll have to go and review that. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we can make the call. There you go. There's Pickens. Is that his first catch today? Yeah. They targeted him once earlier, but it's definitely harder to like make things work when it's just Pickens and you don't have CD, right? Because, and I've said this so many times, but the idea of those two being in the same receiver room is beautiful. Just the way they complement each other, with Pickens being the deep threat, the big physical guy on the outside. CD you can put in the slot and motion him out. He's the slot and he's the Z usually, right? Just a perfect pairing. It's hard when you don't have one or the other though, right? Things just get a little bit harder moving the ball through the air when you don't have both of those guys. But I got credit to Dallas. They're at least like hanging around in this game right now. Like in a lot of stats, they're getting crushed, certainly, right? Like time of possession, first downs, yards gained, all that stuff. You look at the win probability. Right now, it's 81.3% for the Packers. But it's close. Like you know, like they're down 11, but like they have the ball. They're hanging around in there. Haven't really called Micah Parsons' name all that much. He's had like maybe 1 or 2 pressures, but no sacks from him. He's been on a bit of a snap count right now. And they can rotate him in and out with how good Rashawn Gary has been, and they've got Van Ness too. But it could be a disaster right now for Dallas, but it's not. So if you're the Cowboys, you'll take it. Joao will be mad if Elijah Arroyo doesn't pan out. He's looking good, though. That Seahawks tight end room in general is looking good. Barner had a great game on Thursday. There's a lot to like in that Seattle tight end room right now. Oh, yeah. Sebastian's choosing to believe it was on purpose because it helps the Ben Johnson got carried agenda. There you go. There you go. Best player tonight is Ron Torbert. Good old Ron Torbert, dude. Man. I wish Gothberg was in this stream right now. Maybe he is. Maybe he's just lurking. Shout out Gothberg, dude. He he just I remember watching games. I remember watching a game with him last year. It was the Vikings Jaguars game, and Ron Torbert was the ref for that game. And he had just a legendary Ron Torbert rant about how he and his crew just always took so long to like make a call on a penalty. Like every time there was a penalty, like there'd be like a 5-minute meeting about like what the penalty was going to be and stuff. It's just, I'm not doing it justice. The way he was saying it was so funny. That's just always what I think of when I think of Ron Torbert now. But he and his crew, they're pretty flag happy. I don't have like stats to back that up, but just like anecdotally, like I feel like if it's a Ron Torbert game, it's like get ready for penalties. And as AJ is saying, welcome AJ, by the way. Good to have you in here. Yeah, we have seen a lot of flags so far. I do give you permission, Sebastian. Knock yourself out. Nah, we'll be okay for a little bit if you want to go make a drink run. I gave you permission. What are we thinking here? Orange Crush? I feel like that's been a go-to. That what we're feeling here? But I'll give you a little hall pass. How about that? Cowboys are kind of moving the ball right now. They've had a decent drive. They were pretty backed up, right? Great punt, good coverage. They've already moved 31 yards on this drive. If they play their cards right, because I believe they get the ball to start the second half too, right? If they play their cards right, they could be in a decent spot going into halftime. Good chip help on Micah. Nice. Good protection for Dak there. Look at that. Give him a clean pocket. He goes through his reads and he finds the Ryan Flanoy, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't tell you a single thing about Ryan Flanoy, but let's walk through this play here. Chris is kind of showing us the play art a little bit. Yeah, he's able to get down to like what I would assume is like his third or fourth read. And they get a first down out of it. That's good quarterbacking, good blocking. Love the running back chipping in to help with Micah Parsons. Good play right there. A little screen. Miles Sanders, dude. I always forget he's on the Cowboys. All right, there you go, Sebastian. Let's go. Hopefully it hits. Hopefully the drink hits. Man, I've got some Fanta Zeros in the fridge that are kind of calling my name. Someone earlier, I think it might have been Ron, was talking about like diet sodas. And here's the thing. Like I get like, I don't know. I understand that like, even though there's 0 calories, that there are still like maybe a few, like whatever. It's not like the healthiest drink in the world, whatever. I get that, right? And there's maybe like concerns with diet soda too. If I'm going to have a soda, but sometimes the real thing really is good. Like every once in a while, I'll have like a real Fanta with like the sugar, and it's just like, holy crap, dude, this is so good, you know? There's a mall near where I live that has a vending machine, and it's an outdoor mall in Georgia, so it gets so stinking hot out, right? And so I'll just be like sweating if I'm there for even like 30 minutes. And they have these vending machines, and I'll get a Fanta there, and I'll get like the full sugar Fanta, and every time I have it, it's like, dude, this is like eye-opening, you know? I get if you don't like diet soda, whatever. I get it, right? I think for me, like 90% of the time, if I'm drinking soda, it's diet. So like honestly, like I'll take another sip of this right now, right? Like I'm sure if I had this side by side with like an actual Coke, yeah, I could probably tell the difference, right? But it's been like it's probably been like half a year since I've had like an actual Coke. So honestly, when I drink this, I don't really tell the difference, to be honest. But if you're a soda purist like that, I respect it, you know? I'm like that with other foods. So if you put like a certain type of cheese in front of me, be like, I know what it is. Almost out. I was normally I've got my water with me, but we grabbed a Coke Zero to at least kind of tie in with what the intended Falcons loss challenge was. It's not even Diet Coke, but we try and at least honor that aspect a little bit beyond just our Bulldog wing. But ginger beer is good. Yeah. No, ginger beer is really good. I got put on ginger beer a few years ago. That is some good stuff, man. Ginger beer and lime, tasty. Gave up other soda mostly. That's a good move, honestly. You know what's funny? Like when I was a kid, I actually like didn't drink soda at all. I didn't like the carbonation. I didn't like the fizz or anything like that. I hated it. I didn't really drink soda as a kid. And now I feel like I drink a little bit more now, like I try and like put like moderate myself, I'm not like pounding 3 Cokes a day or whatever, but I don't know. Sometimes a little sody, it hits. Eagle Eyes eats at Culver's every week, and it's the greatest thing ever. Caden seconding that. It's probably my favorite national fast food chain, honestly. Like out of all the fast food chains that have locations across the country, or at least most of the country, I maybe it's Midwest bias and a tinge of nostalgia, but also I mean, it is really good, man. I I think Culver's would be my number one pick in the fast food draft. Let's go, baby. Oh, what's Culver's? Oh, Culver's is a Midwest fast food chain, founded in Wisconsin, based in Wisconsin, mostly in the Midwest, but they've expanded throughout the rest of the United States. Like there's a few here in Georgia now. I know they've got some in Florida. They've got a few in like Arizona. But it's still mostly concentrated in the Midwest. But all right, hold on. At halftime, we're gonna do two things. We're gonna do a halftime grid because I didn't do a grid this morning, right? So we'll do the halftime grid per tradition, and then I'm gonna put y'all on. I'm gonna culture you guys, and yeah, I mean, it's fast food. They've got burgers, they've got cheese curds, ice cream. Imagine Dairy Queen, but like 10 times better. And I say that as someone that like actually kind of enjoys Dairy Queen. It's no contest, bro. It's not even close. Yeah. Parker asks, what's my order? Well, I tell you what, at halftime, I'll pull up the menu and I'll show you what I used to get. And sometimes, occasionally, still do. That's awesome. I was hoping one of you boys would mention that. That's so funny. Oh man. Did I love how we just got off on a little food tangent right there? But that's me. I could be such a big back when it comes to food sometimes. It's awesome. I love food so much. Let's see if Dallas can steal some points here before halftime. They are taking a lot of clock off right here, which is probably the right move. At some point, you've got about a minute 30 left now. You might need to pick up the pace a little bit. Throw like that'll help, right? Get a nice chunk play. But if you're the Cowboys, you're perfectly fine letting that clock run a little bit more. Ultimately, you got to prioritize getting in the end zone over anything else, right? But you don't want to leave too much time here for the Packers. If you play your cards right, you can try and go 2 for here. You get the ball to start the second half, I believe, right? Yep. Yeah, because the Packers scored on the first drive of the game. Under a minute now. Oh, I'm just going to go for it. Pickens. Oh, did he catch it? He made the catch. What a catch by George Pickens. Georgie. Oh, my goodness. Dak just chucked that thing up. Total moonball. We got a jersey grab right there. Pickens, supreme concentration. Oh, man. Is George Pickens maybe a slight one-trick pony as a receiver? Sure. But it is one heck of a trick, man. He's very good at this. He will make some spectacular catches down the sideline. Now, if you're Dallas, you probably run, right? And if you get in, great. If you don't, oh no, Green Bay has to burn a timeout. But ultimately, you do have to get in. I feel like second down, you can try running the ball one more time here. I don't know. I don't know. I'd think about passing it here. Bro, two guys draped all over him, and he makes that. I mean, it was like a good job by Dak to give his man a chance, but he just threw that thing up there and said, go get it, George. A mountain of food is crazy, but accurate. Oh my gosh. Dak has been looking good this drive though. Oh, look at CD getting fired up. Oh, they're going empty. No, they'll motion a guy into the backfield, but it's like so much for running. They've got 5 wide. Oh, QB draw for Dak. Let's go. Dak Prescott. My quarterback. My guy. Yeah, here we go. Let's go. 11 plays, 95 yards, 5-minute drive from the Cowboys. They're back in it. All right, game on, folks. We got ourselves a ball game here. What a play call right there. Quarterback draw with Dak Prescott. I love it. Not often you see that, I feel like. Not often you see a designed Dak Prescott run. Good drive from Dallas. We're about to have a fascinating 13. Should they go for 2? Shouldn't they go for 2 to make it a 3-point game? Either way. 13-9. I'm a little surprised. I'm still laughing at the mountain of food. but I am a little surprised that they didn't go for 2 there, honestly. I don't know. Like, cause if they don't get it right, then they're at 8 and it's 13-8 and it's a 5-point game versus what they got now, a 4-point game. Like, the downside of not getting it versus the safety of kicking the extra point doesn't really feel like it's worth it. You might as well try and cut it to a 3-point game. And if you don't get it, it's really not that different than if you'd have just kicked the extra point. I don't know. Shaw used to be such a Dak hater when he was hyped, but now that many people write him off, I actually like him. Oh yeah, I feel like you can take that path with a lot of players, right? I feel like we've started to finally like course correct a little bit when it comes to Dak Prescott and like how he's talked about, how he's viewed, you know. I feel like we're at a pretty good place right now. A few years ago, man, it was crazy. Dak was getting slandered so much. That one year he threw a lot of picks. It's like, oh, he's secretly not good. It's like, no. Then next year he finished second in MVP voting. Oh, yeah. But Packers do have 41 seconds and a timeout here. It's not inconceivable to think that they could maybe snag a few points before halftime, especially with how their offense has been moving the ball. I will say, obviously for so many reasons, that was a big drive for Dallas. You get on the board, your offense scores their first points, you cut it to a 4-point game right before halftime. But just as big, you finally got your defense a little bit of a break. Your defense has been on the field so much throughout this game. It was nice for them to just like finally get a few minutes on the sideline, regroup a little bit, meet with their coaches, get a little bit of a breather. Now you got to go defend one quick, like 1-minute drill type of drive. Then you go into halftime. You can make some more adjustments there. Like this is complementary football. This is the offense helping the defense out here a little bit. This defense really needed a break. And I think if they get a stop here, you can point to Dallas taking so much time off the clock and just giving them a little bit of a break. Watching me eat that live genuinely left me in a combination of amazement and disgust I've never experienced since. Caden says, well, I tell you what, I might have to eat that meal again on stream at some point. Sunday night next week, Patriots, Bills. It's all right. It's a divisional game. It's going to at least get a little fun, but... Okay, so they have Savion Williams returning kicks at least. I don't know why he's not returning punts, but who knows. I guess you want a little bit more trusty hands on punt return. I guess that makes sense. It's a slightly different skill set. Kick return is like all about just like being good in the open field. Punt return, you at least want to have some secure hands back there. That's at least a little understandable. But Packers get the ball at the Oh, is it because he let it go in the landing zone and then he kneeled it or something like that? But interesting. That's how you feel the landing zone kick, Caleb Johnson. Yeah, I did actually go and see what you guys meant by the Seahawks kicking a touchdown last week. I actually went and saw that like a few days later. I was like, oh, that was crazy. Love wanted to go deep there, I think. Worked down to his check down. Covered up pretty well. Good coverage from Dallas. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, nowhere to throw. Not often you can say that so far in this game. Love 13 for 17. And especially with a quarterback like Love, if his completion percentage is high, that's how you know you're kind of getting shredded on defense because he in this Packers passing game likes to take a lot of shots downfield. It's not a lot of stuff behind the line of scrimmage. It's not a lot of dink and dunk stuff. So when he's got a high completion percentage, like, man, guys are winning downfield. Whoo! Like that. Like, honestly, Dobbs was open there. It was a tough throw, but, like, he could have hit that, you know? Looked a little scary there for a sec, but he had Dobbs, who's looking great so far in this one. At least that's, from that angle, looks like. Let's see from the end zone angle if Dobbs was truly open. It was kind of there. He got in front of the safety. Throw was a little tall for him. Yeah, it was a tough throw, but it was kind of there. All right, 3rd and 10. Man, if you don't pick this up, I mean, Dallas does have all 3 of their timeouts still, especially if you're passing here, right? Like, you kind of want to force them to burn a timeout no matter what. I like that. A little screen to Kraft. Oh, he got it. He got it. All right, now if you're Green Bay, you use your timeout. That was a nice play call, though, right? You want to call a screen because if you're passing, you need to make sure that it's not an incompletion because if it's incomplete, you're facing 4th and 10. You have to punt. Dallas keeps all their timeouts, right? So you guarantee at the very least a completion. Worst case scenario, he gets tackled, whatever. Dallas burns a timeout. Makes things a little bit harder for them to steal more points. But with someone like Kraft, man, tight end screen, you can actually get the first down. To go back to what I was saying earlier, I couldn't quite finish my thought. Some stuff in the game happened, but, game solved ask me, who do I like more, Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferguson, like who's the better player? I think we've seen that difference on display a little bit. On one of the drives in the first quarter, Cowboys are facing 3rd down. They throw short of the 6 to Jake Ferguson, and the play is drawn up pretty much asking him to break a tackle, and he just can't do it. Not that he's bad, but just a lot to ask out of him. Versus with Tucker Kraft, it's 3rd and 11. You can draw up a screen for him and actually trust him to make a move or two in the open field, run a guy over, and actually get the first down after the catch. So I think if you want to see that difference in action, I think that's a little sequence. You can kind of compare the two guys side by side a little bit. Dobbs has looked great. I agree. No, he's been playing well so far today. He's a little streaky at times, but he has some good games in him. Ooh, Hooker's hurt. Dallas does not need more injuries, man. They do not need to get thinner on defense. Oh, who got it? The ball's out. Oh, it's Dallas ball. It's Dallas ball at the 15. Oh my gosh. How about that? Was that Jadeveon Clowney? Oh my goodness. Hang on a second. We're going to have an interesting score going into halftime, won't we? Jadeveon Clowney getting home and falling on it. Wow. Oh, is that James Houston? And then Clowney recovered it? Oh. Okay. All right. If you're Dallas, how greedy do you get? You have the ball. You have the ball at a decent spot here. You could probably run at least one pass play and see what happens, right? I don't know if you necessarily want to like chuck it at the end zone or whatever, but let's see what they got here. How greedy do you get if you're Dallas? Dak is going to rip it. Oh, it's caught. It's Pickens. Oh, my goodness. The Cowboys steal 6. Oh, my goodness. Georgie down the seam. It's a Dak Prescott seam ball. Oh, my heavens. What a sequence that was. Dallas going into halftime with the lead. Dak is fired up. I'm so happy for him, dude. You gotta feel. We'll see how the rest of this game goes, right? It just makes me so happy seeing Dak get fired up like that, yelling in triumph. That man has been through the ringer. That man has seen this team change so much over the past few years. So many questions about him in the direction of the Cowboys. You know, again, there's a lot of game left. Can't call it either way yet, but if you're a Dallas fan, I know we've got Ron in here as a Cowboys fan. Here's what I'll say. If you're a Cowboys fan, regardless of how the rest of the game goes, how the rest of the season goes, I want you to take a moment, breathe this moment in, and bottle this feeling, right? Right now, this feels like a very nice time to be a Cowboys fan in what has been a very tough time to be a Cowboys fan. So at least for one half, this is your night. We'll see how the rest of the game goes, but bottle this feeling and remember this moment for now. Take a mental picture. If all else fails, enjoy this. What a sequence right there. You're absolutely right, Michael. Cowboys get the ball to start the second half. I'm looking at that win probability chart. It has taken quite the dive. Dallas, 55.3% chance to win now. Big, big, big swing to close out the half. Green Bay has no timeouts, only 9 seconds. I mean, you probably just kneel it here, right? Kneel it and go into halftime. My goodness, though. Up 3, the Cowboys. Suddenly, those 2 points do matter. Indeed. Yeah. All right, you know what? Maybe I underestimated this game a little bit. The NFL just always gives you a little something, doesn't it? We'll take it. We'll take it. Cowboy emoji. Yeehaw. Nah, man, I feel you. Hey, we've seen plenty of... We'll see. We'll see how the second half goes, you know. Joao was asking, how is Green Bay struggling so much against this defense? They made the dysfunctional Bears offense look like the greatest show on turf. I mean, it's not even that they've been struggling, right? I mean, I would say for the most part, Green Bay has honestly moved the ball pretty well on Dallas. Jordan Love has thrown for 172 yards and 2 touchdowns here in the first half, right? I mean, the Packers have only had so many drives so far. I'm going to try and pull this up here. We won't count this drive because, like, whatever. They're just going to kneel it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Packers have had 5 drives, 2 touchdowns. They had the fumble and a couple of punts. So it hasn't been like world beating, but like, you know, they've been playing all right, I would say. The offense hasn't necessarily been struggling. Just, I don't know, that turnover was tough. They've punted a few times, but still very much anyone's game. But who would have thunk it? Going into halftime, the Cowboys up 3, getting the ball to start the second half. AJ said it best. Any given Sunday, once you know it, what I thought would be must-see TV just to see how things would go, just to kind of peep in on these two teams a little bit. We've got a very interesting game, and Jerry World is rocking right now. Let's go. It's halftime. As promised, we're going to do our halftime grid, see if we can do all right on that. And then, for those that don't know, I will culture you with Culver's. My mouse is not necessarily cooperating the most right now. We might have to move things over a little bit. But we are going to try and get this grid set up here and see how we do. We might do all right. But welcome back, Sebastian. That's so tough. No Orange Crush. Did you end up getting anything else instead? That is tough, though. So there it is. Struggling to find Pro Football Reference. My mic arm gets in the way sometimes on these game streams when I'm doing the grid. Oh, we got the Vikings. Also, I just X'd out for no reason. We got the Vikings on the grid. All right, we got to lock in. We got to do a good job here. We got the Vikings on the grid. Mark Carney fixed this immediately. All right. Here we go. No, that's fair. Like the way that second quarter really went has been kind of weird for the Packers. Mountain Dew, valid. That's beyond valid. I love Mountain Dew. All right, here we go. We've got an all-team grid, which I can certainly appreciate. We've got Titans Patriots. We've got Titans Commanders, Titans Rams. We've got Vikings Patriots, Vikings Commanders, Vikings Rams. We've got Jaguars Patriots, Jaguars Commanders, and Jaguars Rams. Rhinasty is here right in time. Let's go, baby. Right on cue. Rhinasty pulls up for the grid. I feel like this is a very good grid for me personally, right? We've got some of my pet teams on here. Obviously, we've got the Vikings, but also the Jags and the Rams. How about that getting some love? All right. Oh, I wish it was Vikings Titans so I could pull out Darius Raynaud. I'm such a Darius Raynaud merchant for that space. Vikings Titans, first one that comes to mind for me, honestly, is Vidarian Lowe. He's a more recent player. I think he's still technically on the Patriots, but I also feel like this is going to be a very good pull. Like, I feel like not a lot of people are going to guess this. So we'll do Vidarian Lowe. Let's go. 0.2%, baby. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Vikings Commanders. I mean, come on. We got to go with Madieu Williams, right? Madieu Williams. Oh, come on, baby. Bang! 0.1%. Oh, I love having the Vikings on here. Let's go, Madieu Williams. All right. I've definitely used Madieu Williams for the square before, so we're going to try and get a little more original for Vikings Rams. Vikings Rams, the ones that I would normally go to would be Johnny Munt or Brandon Powell. You could also do Cam Akers, right, if you're just thinking about the KOC crossover players. I don't want to do Johnny Munt or Brandon Powell again, though. I feel like I've done both of those before for that space. I'll see if I could come up with something better for Vikings Rams. Why do I want to say John Sullivan ended his career with the Rams? I'm actually really tempted. I might save that one for last. I can't verify this. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm like 72% sure that John Sullivan ended his career with the Rams. No one tell me. I'm going to save this one for the end. We're going to go do some other ones. We've got a Tavon Austin shout for Jags Rams from Rhinasty and Caden. Dion Lewis for Pats Titans is a nice one. All right, we'll show chat some love here. I kind of took over and just jumped right in with the Vikings. We'll show chat some love. We'll do Tavon Austin. We'll do Dion Lewis. Tavon Austin, Jags, Rams, 0.9%. That's filthy. Nice. Filthy. Oh, baby. All right, and then we'll do Dion Lewis, Pats, Titans. Dion Lewis was nice for a while. He had a good career. He played a while. 8% being our highest so far. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, immediate one that you think of for Commanders, Titans is Marcus Mariota, but we can do better than that. Albert Hainsworth would be the other obvious one, right? But we can do better than that. If we can find that third guy besides Mariota or Albert Hainsworth, that would be nice. Dante Fowler, Commanders, Jags. That's a great one. Commanders, Jags, Dante Fowler. Let's do it. Bang, 2%. Jeremy McNichols for Jags in Washington. Oh, dang it. We just got that one. Okay. We're going to do, for Titans, Rams, why do I want to say Cortland Finnegan played for the Titans? Let's go. Cortland Finnegan, baby. Bang! Let's go. Titans. Well, no, obviously he played for the Titans, but he played for the Rams for a little bit too. Let's go. Let's go. Thank Urinating Tree, 1993 Oilers vid for the Wilbur Marshall poll. Would Wilbur Marshall be for Commanders Titans? Was Tebow on the Pats? You know, that's a crazy pull right there in the sense that he was, but he never made the active roster. And I think the same could be said for the Jaguars technically. He technically was on both of those teams, but it wouldn't count for the grid because like he never appeared on the active roster in the regular season. The Patriots ended up cutting him pretty quickly, and I think the Jaguars cut him like before the regular season started too. But Tim Tebow, like if the rules were different for Immaculate Grid, that would have been an insane pull right there. I actually low-key forgot about Tim Tebow being on the Patriots for a second, but that totally was a thing. That did happen. That would have been sick. James Robinson for Jags Pats. You see, that's a scary one, right? Like I don't remember if James Robinson was actually on the active roster or not, you know? Dante Moncrief is crazy. Oh, Commanders, Titans, Wilbur Marshall. Okay, good. That's the one that we still need. We'll do Wilbur Marshall then, which is just another crazy pull. Did I spell the name wrong? Yep, there's Wilbur Marshall. 0.7%. Come on, man. Let's go. Okay, so we've got two left. Jags, Patriots. Oh, yeah, we got you. We got Wilbur. Should we just send it? Should we send it with James Robinson? Nah, we can do better, right? We can come up with like one that we know, right? Yes, Tebow was tight end on the Jags. Oh, Fred Taylor. Yeah. I feel like that'll be the most common answer. Did Torrey Holt ever play for the Patriots? I don't think so, right? I think it was just Jaguars and Rams. I guess I could have gotten Torrey Holt would have been a pretty common answer for that. See, I'm really because this has been my best grid so far, and so I'm already scared for John Sullivan final square. All right, James Robinson will not work. McNichols would have been 0.2. Oh, okay. Patriots, Jaguars. Oh my gosh. Okay. Dude, we can think of one. We can do this. Blaine Gabbert didn't play for the Pats, I don't think. He was just Brady's backup in Tampa. Game Solved has got one. Okay, let's hear it. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Oh my gosh. Dude, I didn't even know he played for the Patriots. I know he was with the 49ers and the Jaguars. I didn't even know he played for the Patriots. That's a crazy pull. All right. I'm actually so scared for this one. If I get it wrong, I'm going to be heartbroken. But we're going to do John Sullivan. Yes! Oh my gosh. Yes. John Sullivan. Come on, man. Let's go. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how I remember that John Sullivan played with the Rams. He was there for the final 2 seasons of his career. He was there when McVay got there. I'm not even sure if he was the starter. No, he was. He was the starting center when McVay got there. He would have counted for Washington, too. I didn't even know he played for Washington. That's crazy, dude. Let's go. All right. Easily our best performance of the season so far. A rarity score of 16. And obviously, I can't take all the credit for this. Chat, you guys killed it with this. I honestly, I got to take a screenshot of this. This was fantastic work from us. We're going to take a screenshot of this. Let's go. And it certainly helps that we had the Vikings, too. I could pull up Vidarian Lowe, Badiou Williams, and John Sullivan. But finally, a good grid from the doctor. 4 weeks in the making. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You did, yeah. He set the tone for Jared Goff's career. Exactly. All right. I'm going to keep that tab open. But For those that were curious earlier, right? We've got some non-Midwesterners, and I guess like Culver's, even though they've expanded a little bit, they still aren't like nationwide necessarily, right? Let's see if we can pull up a location map here. I'm not gonna dox myself. Hold on. Culver. Let's do Culver's locations first, and then I'll show you what exactly I'm talking about here. Um, okay, so I guess here are all the states with the Culvers. So we've got some pretty good coverage at this point, right? Still maybe not so much on the west and the northeast, which happen to be two very populated areas. You've got California, and then you've got like New York, Boston, Philly, and all that. But I mean, right here, this is like the heart of Culver's country. So, oh, and here's like a little dots. That's probably a better representation of where Culver's is. Good representation here in Atlanta, though. So we'll take it. But for those that aren't familiar, truly, this is my number one pick in the fast food draft. And the thing that always kills me, man, if you've if you've never been to Culver's before, I cannot emphasize this enough because I have some friends here in Georgia that have been to Culver's, and this kills me. They'll go, they'll be like, "How was it?" Like, "Oh, it was fine." And they get the fries, and the fries they're all right. Oh, I don't have favorites saved. Hold on. But you have to get the cheese curds. You have to get the cheese curds. Look at this. I mean, come on, man. Where else can you get Wisconsin cheddar cheese curds? Oh man, good stuff. Um, but it's just like a fast food joint, right? They've got burgers, they've got custard, right? It's not ice cream, it's custard, high quality custard. They've got concrete mixers, which are like better blizzards. They've got sundaes. They've got homemade root beer. Again, I'm just spitting free game here for Culver's. Not sponsored. Would love to be one day, but it's chill. I get it. Anyways, as I was alluding to earlier, and Parker asked me this, and Kaden and I were talking about this a little bit. Let's just say the Fargo boys know about this. When I say the Fargo boys, I'm talking me, well, me, but Caden, Gothberg, and Parker know about the lore of the order here. It's an order that I won't necessarily repeat verbatim on stream, but let's just say, let's just say, we'll call it the Big Back Special. That's the G-rated version of it. But there was one day in high school where I could not decide if I wanted a Butterburger value basket or a chicken tender, a buffalo chicken tender value basket. I could not decide. And so I eventually said, you know what? Why not just get both? So I got a Butterburger value basket with fries and a drink, and then a buffalo chicken tender value basket with cheese curds as the side. And then instead of a drink, I got a concrete mixer, and I ate all of it in one sitting. And I used to do that with shocking frequency back in the day. But that at least in every once in a while, if I'm really feeling myself, I'll still go and try and pull out old reliable and show that I still got it and eat all that the mountain of food in one sitting. But right, Nasty says Culver's is down here and it's mid. Sorry. Oh, see. To each their own. I get that. And maybe like it doesn't quite hit the same outside of the Midwest. I get that. Whatever, right? Again, maybe nostalgia, maybe slight Midwest bias. I adore Culver's, truly. I think if I had to do like a normal order, and it's still a lot of food, especially a lot of dairy, but Butterburger, cheese curds, concrete mixer, that's the way to go, man. It's so heavy, but it is so good. It's a little pricey. That's probably the biggest gripe I have with Culver's. It for a fast food place, it is a little pricey, but you get what you pay for. That's for sure. Am I a poutine man too? You know what's crazy? I've actually not had poutine before, and I was even in Canada and I didn't get poutine, which is like super sacrilegious, right? I think, and this is such an American thing to say. I think because I believe like for poutine, like it's cheese curds like on fries with gravy, right? I need my cheese curds to be battered and fried, which is such an American thing to say. But maybe next time I'll try some poutine. I can suck it up. Winnipeg. That was a lot of fun, honestly. Also, the game's back on, by the way. But you know what? I have not had a real Cuban sandwich before, which is such a shame. But that is one thing I want to try. I've had I had a sandwich in Fargo a few months ago. It was like half Reuben, half Cuban, but it was not a real Cuban sandwich. But it was fantastic. It was very good. So I'd like to try like an actual Cuban sandwich now. But new set of downs for the Cowboys here. Oh, what do we got? Flag, false start, tough. I love the pink whistle for Ron Torbert. Technically not October yet, but I love it. I guess a crucial catch started a month early, or not a month, a week early. But man, if Dallas scores here, they could get it to a two-score game. Get a little interesting. Oh, okay. See, I'm not gonna lie, and I guess that makes sense, right? So Poutine is. Did I say that right? I'll try and get the actual Quebec pronunciation correct. But I didn't know it was actually from that area of Canada. I guess that makes sense, right? I guess that it sounds a little French. That makes sense. Cheese curds are very much a Midwest thing. We don't have a ton of cheese curds in Georgia either, honestly. I mean, Cookout has like cheese bites, not quite the same, but leave it to the Packers to make the Cowboys defense look good. Yeah, they've got a few stops on them now. Oh, Dwayne's. What a pull right there. You know, I was more of a Sammy's guy myself, but I do like Dwayne's too. But I think with that style of pizza in Fargo, I was Team Sammy's personally. Putin? Is that how you say? Wait. Putin? Putin? Oh, Putin, not Putin. That makes more sense. Man, Dallas, honestly, they've been moving the ball all right this drive, but just that penalty really might kind of screw things a little bit. I got water all over my glasses. You could just see glassesless doctor for a sec. Oh, we got an injury update too. Miles Sanders down for the count. Are we ever going to see Jaden Blue? What's he been up to? I feel like I haven't seen him at all. We got Lupke in the game right now, probably to pass protect, third and long. Yep. Dak has time. Oh, he's going deep. No, it was worth a shot. He's just going deep for Tolbert there. Pickens might have somehow caught that thing, but I always get so excited when I see Dak wind up ready to unleash the hounds. Jack really wanted Metallica to do the halftime show. Wait, did they actually like officially announce it? Dude, I was so busy patting myself on the back for my grid and then talking about Culver's. I completely missed that announcement. Hold on. Did they actually? It is Bad Bunny. All right, well there you go. Bad Bunny. That makes sense. Okay, I could get. He's having a moment, right? He's been pretty relevant for a few years now. I'm a little surprised, like Bad Bunny for the Super Bowl, but I'm here for it. You know, they're trying to push the international game here a little bit more. I could get down with some Bad Bunny. Could I name you like four songs by him? To be honest, probably not. But let's do it, baby. Let's do it. You know, I already had my dream halftime show back in, well, I guess it was technically 2021, but when the weekend performed, right? Like I can't get too greedy. I already got my halftime show, so I'll go for some Bad Bunny. Metallica would have been sick though. Sebastian wanted to see G War do the halftime show one day, but Goodell is too scared to make it happen. I'm gonna show my lack of culture here. What's G War? I actually, what's G War? I actually don't know. Let me look that up real quick. Oh, heavy metal band in Richmond, Virginia. Okay, nice. See, I'm not super tapped in with like that genre of music, honestly. I can always like headbang a little bit. I have a rock playlist here and there, but I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't tell you like too much. No, I did it on my phone. We're good. Travis Kelsey paying for his fiance. I feel like that would have been a little bit too on the nose to have um Taylor Swift do it this year, right? Like I feel like she might do it, but it's going to be in a few years from now. I feel like especially with like all the Chiefs conspiracy theories flying around right now and stuff too, and just like not saying it's valid necessarily, but like the truth is that there are a lot of football fans that are kind of sick of Taylor Swift right now. Like I feel like this wouldn't be the year that would make sense for her to do the halftime show. If anything, like 5 years from now or something like that. I don't know, but oh, interesting. Not safe for work performances. Joao saying this will be the most politically charged halftime show I can remember. Well, last year's was certainly in that department too, right? I mean, there's always something with the halftime show. You can go back to the wardrobe malfunction, right? I mean, that was that was the whole thing. That was a little before my time, you know. But then like after that, you had a nipple on live TV, and the NFL was like, "Nope, we are doing old like old bands for the next like 15 years." You know, I think like the Who did it once. Like Eminem's front, and then eventually they started going back into like younger stars. But after the nipple was seen, it was like, nope, shut it down. No more young stars for 15 years. All right, let's see if Green Bay can get going on offense here. Big of them to get a stop coming out of halftime. They're still trailing, but man, like they could have gone down 2 scores easily had they not gotten that stop there. Real hard hitting analysis right there. Some basic math, but I mean, again, if you're Green Bay, right, like you had a few punts and you had a turnover, but overall, I feel like you were moving the ball fairly well first half. Passing game was looking pretty good, and you know you can get yours on this Cowboys defense. We'll see what kind of adjustments they've made at halftime. See if they try and make the run game a bit more of a thing. But really, like it still just has not been going that well for Jacobs on the ground so far. And look, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like you can you can point to some of it being like injuries on the offensive line, and that's totally fair. Like, yeah, they totally miss Zach Tom. He's a great player, and as we've seen with a few different teams now, namely, especially the Vikings and the Buccaneers, like even losing one lineman can completely reshuffle how you do things up front. And so them being without Zach Tom is significant. But it's just weird to see a Matt LaFleur Packers team struggle to run the ball as much as they have. I mean, Jacobs has just not had anything going on the ground, and this is 4 weeks of this now, you know? He went into this game averaging 3.1 yards per carry, and the way things are going right now, that average is going to go down even more. This has been one of the least efficient rushing offenses in the NFL, and you just normally don't see something like that with Green Bay's offense. You know what's interesting? When I see the message retracted, I actually didn't know that that was like YouTube doing that. I always figured like you were just like editing your message and like retyping it or something, because I've seen that happen a few times. I didn't know that that was just like automated. Love goes down. Oh, they're going to get a flag. That's so tough, man. That's so tough, man. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, face mask, clear as day right there. Grabbed it. Really hard to miss. Had him dead to rights. Maybe didn't have to do that. I mean, Love had a nice stiff arm there. It kind of forced his hand a little bit, but instead of a sack, that's going to be a first down for the Packers now. Yeah, he is averaging under 2 yards, isn't he? I did see what Cam Ward said, and I mean, if we're gonna be real, to paraphrase Cam Ward, if we're gonna keep it a buck, he's right. I mean, I feel bad for him, dude. What else can he do? You know, like he's out there having to play hero ball every single play, and he'll pull off some crazy stuff, but that as a team just feels lost at sea right now. I've got very little faith in their head coach and just the direction of this organization. And yeah, I feel bad for him, man. There he is. Ron Torbert takes forever, dude. Somewhere Gothberg is cackling right now. Maybe not cackling, just like, I know. Like, he's so right. I think that's what really killed me was like, honestly, I did not really have a Ron Torbert take before that rant from him last year. But like now I notice it all the time. It's just he and his crew are like the slowest refs in the NFL at making these calls. And it just like he's so right. Like that's so funny though. Like someone in chat is just pointing that out like independently. Brian Callahan needs to be fired yesterday. He really does. I mean, honestly, like if you're the Titans, like respectfully, why are you wasting your time? You might as well at least be the first ones to the market, be the first ones to look for a new head coach. Like obviously you're going to hire an interim or whatever, but like you might as well just get this coaching search started now, you know? There's Jacobs going. There's Jacobs going on the ground. Easily his best run of the night so far. Titans eyed Callahan over a certain man who coaches the Seahawks right now. Some might say Mike McDonald is his name. I mean, yeah, like they struck out big time not bringing him in, you know? Future NFL referee? Dude, that'd be so sick. That would be terrible. I'd be slower than Ron. Ron Torbett. He should be like Brady and send motivational text messages to Titans defenders. Dude, Brady motivated his defense. That's what made him so good. The it factor. But yeah, that's looking like a pretty rough hire. I mean, what we're like, let's do some math here. We're 21 games into the Brian Callahan era now, and it feels over. It feels beyond over. I said Mike McDonald. I would agree. I think Callahan has easily been the worst hire of that cycle so far. There's Kraft. Touchdown. He's in. Yep, touchdown. Oh my gosh. There he is after the catch again. Look at that. They're hitting a little yeehaw lasso against Dallas. Okay, I respect it. All right. Green Bay answers back. We got a game, folks. And I don't know, the way the Cowboys have been playing on offense, like honestly, I think the bigger shock, honestly, has been how good at times the Cowboys offense has looked against Green Bay's defense. Like I feel like that was probably the matchup I was a little bit more worried about with just, oh, is he short? Oh, he might have not scored that. Hold the phone. We might have to... he hit the pylon. We're going to take another look at this. But honestly, I think the biggest thing like that has really surprised me is that Dallas has like hit a few big plays and like not looked overwhelmed. I mean, again, no CeeDee Lamb. This Packers defense is so good, so talented, so well coached. And yet, you know, like they've hit a few big plays and scored some points. And, you know, Dak has looked pretty good. They've struggled to run the ball too a little bit. But, you know, it's good to, for the Packers, it's good to at least see Jacobs get going a little bit and get like a decent rush there. Love is already almost at 200 passing yards. Good quarterback. At least they didn't hire Slowick. Yeah, I remember when he was getting serious head coaching looks. That was crazy, man. I mean, that would have been a disaster if he got hired, right? I mean, he had like one decent season as an OC, and even then, like, some of this might just be the benefit of hindsight, but like the play caller and schemer that Slowick was last season versus CJ Stroud's rookie season really wasn't that different. The only difference was the Texans' offense performed a little better because Stroud was just unbelievable on third down his rookie year, and then a little more average on third down last year and this year, right? I mean, it was a lot of just run for 1 yard, run for 2 yards, 3rd and 7. Okay, CJ and Nico, do something cool. Get us 9 yards and a first down, right? And it worked a lot, and like, oh, the Texans are good. CJ Stroud, the rookie quarterback, looks good. And he runs a Shanahan scheme. Let's go. He's goated, but he kind of turned into a pumpkin a little bit. And maybe Houston's offensive issues go a little bit deeper than that, but the NFL teams dodged a bullet by not just like swooping in and hiring him as a head coach. That would have been pretty rough. Man named Kraft playing for the Cheeseheads is so right. It is. It's perfect, right? Kraft cheese. Oh, Kraft cheddar. Bunch of teams get lucky breaks and don't take advantage of it. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I think Don Shula said that, right? Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola, Titans coach. Excuse me. Reversed. He's a pumpkin. He turned into an actual pumpkin. No, it's just like what's the right word for it? An idiom, if you will, right? Turning into a pumpkin, like in Cinderella when the carriage turns into a pumpkin, like, oh, your run is over, you've turned into a pumpkin. At least I believe that's what it is. But Guardiola. Oh, really? Oh, I think you might have mentioned that before, and I'm just a bad friend and I forgot. Your coworker is his cousin. That's so sick, though. Let's go. Dude, I feel like there's always some crazy connections like that in the Midwest, That's awesome. Oh, Mayo was that cycle, wasn't he? I guess Mayo was one and done. Dude, that's how that's how bad Mayo was. I legitimately forgot he existed for a second. Nah, it probably was Mayo, which is a shame. I wanted him to do well. I liked the idea, but yeah, that was tough. Nah, you're right. It is just becoming a pumpkin. I mean, it is fall. All right, let's see if Green Bay can finish this drive here. False start. That does change things a little bit, right? That false start, backing them up 5 yards, 2nd and goal now. Just some silly mistakes up front for the Packers. Oh, honestly, Antonio Pierce was probably the worst one. Dude, that was low-key not terrible cycle for head coaches. There are some good hires. Oh, my gosh. Antonio Pierce. Jacobs kept out. Cowboys defense. Okay. Yeah. Antonio Pierce, I think, was particularly bad because the Raiders totally fell for the interim coach bump. Like, let's be honest. And he's another guy, like, I wanted him to succeed. I loved his vibes, and I loved, like, the nasty attitude the Raiders are playing with when he was their interim. But, like, they totally got suckered by, like, beating the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and then they made him the full-time head coach, There's Jacobs. Now the Packers take the lead. Took a few tries, but they got there. Jacobs in instead. All right, game on. Game on. Hugh Jackson. Caden says, I thought Diggs would be miles better than he is. Talking about Trayvon Diggs. Yeah, I mean, he's had so many injuries at this point too, right? And especially at corner, like that's such a tough position to overcome nagging injuries and just always dealing with something, taking away a little bit of your athleticism. And he's kind of a feast or famine player, He's certainly had good years. Like there were times where he's put together great stretches of play. Like the 2022 season, he was such a great ball hawk. Or no, 2021, like he was a crazy ball hawk, right? And like even like 2022, like honestly, he was probably a lot better down to down in coverage in 2022. Just wasn't quite like didn't have the crazy interception numbers, but you could argue he was a better corner. But then like 2023 he gets hurt. 2024 he's been dealing with some injuries, and even like now, like he's just clearly not the same player that he was. It's been tough, man. Or do you mean Stephon Diggs? Okay. That's so tough. I'm stupid. Dang it. Well, no, you're right about that too, honestly. Like Diggs hasn't been a super large part of that offense, honestly. I mean, yeah. And it's funny because like the Patriots scored like 49 today, and May played pretty well, but it's not like May threw for 5 touchdowns or anything. But that's so tough, dude. I love when I just go on a tangent for like 3 minutes, and it's about the wrong player. Oh man, yeah, that Georgia loss was rough. I watched most of that game. That was unfortunate. The puppies are down. No. Drake and Diggs would have been a fantasy cheat code. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I thought they would like funnel a lot of the targets to him. Like I thought it'd be him and Kyle Williams getting most of the looks, but man, gotta hand it to him. Like Mac Hollins is being a contributor. He's making it work. But Jack viewed Darnold as nothing more than a lateral move, but OMG Smith's turnover problem has somehow gotten worse, saying Geno Smith has been horrendous. Yeah, we were talking about that at the top of the stream a little bit, and honestly, like, it was a pretty rough game from today. And, you know, that some of this is part of the Geno Smith experience. Like, this is just how he plays, right? Like, he's prone to have a stinker here or there. And he's still like had a good game or two this season. Like week 1, I thought he was phenomenal, but like the Monday night game was kind of rough, and then today was pretty rough. And I'm a big Geno guy, but yeah, I mean, we've seen all sorts of outcomes on the Geno spectrum so far this season, but a little bit more bad than good so far, I would say. And I gotta, dude, every week, man, I'm saying this, like I gotta hand it to Sam. He looks pretty good, and he looks real comfortable in that offense. And the line is protecting him pretty well. And JSN is pretty good, man. It's gonna be a very fun race for the NFC West. I don't know. We got some good teams in that division. Oh yeah, Georgia losing to Bama again, right? Every year, so tough. I don't know. I know people say Belichick was carried by Brady, but did he ever have any other QB who's even above average? Maybe Vinny Testaverde the year he took the Browns to the playoffs. Well, I will stick up for old Bill here after this Prescott pass for not a whole lot. Set up 3rd and long. I will say, to be fair, 2008, granted they didn't make the playoffs, but the Patriots did go 10-6 with Matt Castle in 2008 when Brady tore his ACL, missed the entire season, right? I will say they made the playoffs with Mac Jones their rookie year, right? They weren't like an amazing team, but they made the playoffs. They were solid. They nearly won the division that year. And you got to give Bill his flowers. He was the defensive coordinator for the Super Bowl champion Giants with like Lawrence Taylor and all those legendary defenses. Like, you can't say that one guy has carried the other, More on that after this. Oh, Turpin toe tap. Turpin toe tap. Let's go. Come on now. Turpin toe tap. Yup. All right. Oh my gosh. They went 11-5? That's even crazier. But I mean, Belichick is an all-time coach and Brady is an all-time quarterback. Together, they won 6 Super Bowls. Exactly, Jack. Yeah. Hey, Brissett is like that. But I think it was actually, if I'm not mistaken, It was when Brady was suspended, they went 3-1, and this is going to be bad for the agenda, but I don't care. I believe it was Jimmy Garoppolo who got the start in the first 3 games, and they went 3-0 with Garoppolo, but then Garoppolo got hurt, as he does. Jacoby Brissett came in. I think they played the Bills on Thursday night, and they lost that game. So they went 3-1 without Brady, and the one loss was with Brissett. But it was his rookie year, so we'll give him a pass. We'll take it. But yeah, we've seen plenty of Belichick's success without Brady in his own. He deserves a lot of credit in his own right. Turpin toe tap sounds nice phonetically. Let's go. But yeah. Unk can't do it at UNC is crazy. Oh, that's a great question. Worst coach to ever win a ring? Is it Doug Peterson? That's not a bad candidate just because Peterson's coaching record outside of 2017 has been so bad. I will give Peterson a little bit of credit, though. At least in 2017, he was really ahead of the curve when it came to RPOs, right? I mean, I remember making a joke about this on stream like a few months ago, but like, honestly, like that Eagles team was like pretty good, but I honestly think like the biggest reason why that offense was so nice was the NFL was just straight up not prepared to defend RPOs. And I say that especially as a Vikings fan who is still scarred by that 38-7 NFC Championship game. Like we had such a good defense that year, right? We had no idea what to do when they started spamming those little RPOs to Zach Ertz, right? We had absolutely no answer for that. Bill Belichick and the Patriots, good defense, good defensive coach. They got lit up in the Super Bowl because they just had no idea how to defend those RPOs. So at least like Peterson's coaching career certainly didn't age well. And I think especially now that we've got the benefit of hindsight and like looking at the rest of his career, like his time with the Jaguars was like kind of mid, right? Like you feel like maybe he got figured out a little bit as a coach. But when he first burst onto the scene, honestly, he was like, I'll try and make the case that like at least in 2017, I think he was a pretty good coach because he was a little bit ahead of the curve. He just didn't develop a second pitch off of that later, and that's kind of what did him in. But Peterson's still not a bad guess, honestly, or bad answer. I mean, you could say like Mike McCarthy, but again, like that's so hard to say because like he was a better coach in 2010. Oh. Pickens almost made an insane one-hander. Man. This is a tough question, honestly. I mean, I don't want to like another answer you could say is like Nick Sirianni, but again, like I hate saying that because like I've gone to bat for Sirianni a lot, you know. It might be like Mike McCarthy or Doug Peterson, honestly. But I think in a roundabout way, Jack, this really like proves your point where you're saying a bad coach doesn't win 6 rings. A bad coach doesn't win 1 ring, you know? Like the fact that it's been this hard. Barry Switzer. Oh, yeah. 90s Cowboys, right? I mean, just like inherited Jimmy Johnson's team pretty much. Yeah. That's probably a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. He never had a team like the 98 Vikings, though. Oh, we were so nice that year. Tough. F. McCarthy says the Packers fan. Yeah, he had a rough end, man. Like, those Packers offenses at the end were pretty much just, Aaron will figure it out. Like, the play will break down. Like, my design is bad, but Aaron will figure it out. Oh, man. Switzer wasn't that bad, just to get along with Aikman. Was good at Oklahoma. That's true. Shoot, man. I don't know. I will say the Saints ended up winning in 2009, right? And so obviously like Sean Payton's not a good answer because Sean Payton's a great coach. But I would say the other 3 coaches in the Final 4 in that 2009 season would have all been great candidates had they won instead. Like, because the other teams, like, is the Jets and Rex Ryan. It was the Vikings and Brad Childress. And it was the Colts and Jim Caldwell. Like, any of those guys, if they had won, they would have been a decent answer. Maybe not so much Caldwell. Like, he had some good years. And even Rex Ryan had a few decent years. Brad Childress being a Super Bowl champ would have been crazy, though. George Seifert. I'm not going to lie. I'll need to educate myself a little bit more on George Seifert. Was he the 49ers, right? Was he with the 49ers? Was he like Bill Walsh's successor? Touchdown! It's Ferguson! Jake Ferguson responds! The Cowboys respond! What a game! Oh, we got ourselves a game. Let's go. I'm so happy I went live for this game. 12-play, 80-yard drive from the boys. They're showing Jerry on the cam again. He's clapping. Jake Ferguson. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's like his first touchdown since 2023, I think, right? It has been a long time since he's found the end zone. How about it? Man, let's go. Sean McVay. Don't you dare come for my king like that. If anything, he's the best ever. Low snap. Aubrey still got it. Caden says, all jokes aside, I genuinely think the 98 Vikings were a top 3, arguably best team of all time. I mean, you could argue, like, they're probably at worst the second best team that never won the Super Bowl. You could put the 07 Patriots in there too, right? But, like, you look at their points scored total, their point differential, they went 15-1. They fried people that season. One of the best offenses ever and a pretty good defense too. Yeah, I mean, they're a little before my time, right? But, like, we all know the 98 Vikings lore. I mean, it's truly insane. Like, Randall Cunningham turning back the clock at quarterback. Your receivers are Randy Moss and Chris Carter. And then, we've also got Robert Smith, who went for like 1,300 yards in our backfield, right? We've got John Randall leading the defense. Like, yeah, that team was sick. Yeah. Yeah, John Randall getting injured changed things a little bit. I mean, dude, if Gary Anderson would have just made that kick in 98, like, I mean, we'll see how it would have gone against the Broncos, but, like, yeah. Doug Marrone nearly made a Super Bowl. Yeah. Dude, this is an awesome conversation, by the way. I absolutely love this. Like bad or mid coaches that have gone far. That is awesome. Yeah. Leslie Frazier. Oh, Leslie. I liked it. He seemed like a nice guy, but he was just not it, Also, he had some pretty unserious rosters. Like, he wasn't necessarily dealt a great hand either, but Leslie Frazier. Who's the best coach to not win a Super Bowl, and why is it Mike Macdonald for now? I mean, hey. He's climbing the rankings, man. He really is. He's looking like one of those ones, like, I don't know. He's looking like a pretty darn good coach. And I think what's really exciting is that it's not just like, he calls a good defense. Like, I know it's been like a little bit controversial at times, like the sort of clean slate approach that Mike Macdonald took, like, and he took down like a lot of the stuff from the Pete Carroll era, like photos from the Super Bowl and stuff. But you got to hand it to him. Like, year 2, like, or is it year 3 now? I'm tripping. No, it's year 2. Yes, it's year 2 of Mike Macdonald. Like, you're starting to see the results, and it's really starting to feel like his own team now. So, yeah. Signed Gary Anderson stuff to hang up. That would be foul. But that would be sick. I would take some signed Gary Anderson stuff, I believe he's still the all-time leading point scorer in NFL history, if I'm not mistaken. I know, as Sebastian, I know you for sure will know this. But there's something about that in the Dorktown documentary, right? It was the Gary Anderson, Morton Anderson kicker matchup in the 1998 NFC Championship game. 2 of the best kickers ever, both named Anderson, but not related, but they're like both from Denmark, right? Or something like that. But yeah. Oh, Vinatieri is one. I suppose that makes sense. But they've got to both be up there. They've both got to be in like the top 5, I think. All right, let's see if Green Bay's got an answer, and then probably one more play here before the fourth quarter. There's an outside zone run from LaFleur. There's a little pitch to Jacobs. That's a decent carry. Rob Anderson. Let's go. You know what's funny? Dude, I hope there's no way he actually sees this. Let's just say he is subscribed to this channel. He was one of my first subscribers because I remember like going through my subscriber, like my public subscribers once and like clicking through them. He is subscribed to this channel. There is a greater than 0% chance that he is watching this right now. There's no way. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. Oh, you're right. You're right. Morten Anderson is from Denmark. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Yeah, he is. Oh, man. Browns make a Super Bowl if John Elway doesn't exist? Absolutely. Jack saying Marty Schottenheimer, best coach to not win a ring. That's a good pull right there. Had some good runs with the 80s Browns. He was around for a little bit more beyond that too, right? But I certainly think of him with like the Browns. They got oh so close a lot of times. Absolutely. McDermott's a decent contender. I mean, and again, it's not that he's like a bad coach, right? But like, would you consider him to be like an Andy Reid or a Sean McVay or a Pete Carroll? You know, probably not, probably not. So like McDermott versus Sirianni, I don't know. I might actually take Sirianni over McDermott. I know McDermott has a little bit more of like influence over the defense, but I don't know. I think we all know my stance on Nick Sirianni at this point, right? Like, I stand with Nick Sirianni. I think he does a good job running that team, and I think it's very telling. Like, the fact that AJ Brown hasn't like straight up requested a trade yet, right? Like. Apparently, there's another cryptic tweet today. They were talking about that on the pregame show. I missed it. I didn't see what exactly it was. But, like, the fact that it's just cryptic tweets or, like, just him reading a book on the sidelines. And it's not, like, him, like, storming off like Antonio Brown did. Like, you got to tip your cap to the coaching staff a little bit that they've been able to, like, kind of keep it together a little bit. Like, there's some big egos in that locker room. But, like, we haven't seen like a legendary crash out or anything like that, at least as far as I can think of. So I don't know. I think that's a little testament to coaching. But quiz where I rank the win percentage of Super Bowl winning head coaches. That's a good idea. I'd love to do that. Jack's grandma finding the Insta. Oh, Gothberg. Jeez Louise, dude. 3 receivers scored a combined 7 points. Dude, I'm so sorry, man. That's tough. That's fantasy for you, man. It'll get you. Jacobs again. All right, he's starting to get going a little bit more now. He's starting to rip off a few more decent carries. See if they put it in the air here on third down, but Jacobs' yards per carry is slowly creeping up a little bit. Oh, that felt good. I have it on good authority from a chiropractor that I'm allowed to, not allowed, but like, I won't paralyze myself cracking my neck like that. The book reading, that was funny. Yeah, who were the receivers? We got AJ Brown. Who else would those receivers be? They combined for 7 points. Love, look out. Oh, he's got it. Easy. Not often you see Love scramble, but he's a pretty good athlete, honestly. He's someone that, honestly, you think should scramble. I think he should, like, scramble a little bit more. And that was something he talked about this offseason, is that he wanted to try and run more. Good to see him use his legs there a little bit. I feel like that's a tool that he underutilizes a little bit. Someone kind of like similar to Justin Herbert in a little bit of a way, where, like, man, like Herbert can run. He's a good athlete. Like you'd almost like to see him run more. Like sometimes they try and work from the pocket too much. I think if anything, Love has that same tendency sometimes. So it's nice to just see him take off and run there. We got a penalty, just like illegal contact, right? Holding, defensive holding. Yeah, they'll just add on to the play, I believe, because they accepted it. But AJ, oh yeah, Lad's been killing me, dude. I got Lad in a lot of my leagues, and he's been killing me this year. They just spread the ball around too much. I thought it was going to be the conch show, deep to conch every play, but nope. Love fadeaway, nothing. Brown Lad, and Trey Tucker, that's tough. Welcome, Cows Anonymous. Great name, by the way. Welcome, Cows Anonymous. Vikes have made you sad this year. I'm right there with you, man. But it's a long season, right? We're 2-2. We've had a lot of disastrous injuries. Trying to stay optimistic. It's a bummer. I wish we were 3-1. I wish we had only one loss going into our bye, which again we haven't even played next week yet, but it's a long season. We just got to get right. We'll see. Oh, there's a McVay take I need to read. Oh boy. There's Kraft again. I asked permission to crack my neck. Not necessarily. But Rhett, who you are familiar with, Caden, he is a chiropractor, and I didn't ask permission, but on a stream a few weeks ago, I cracked my neck like that, and then I made a comment. I was like, I hope that like this isn't like messing me up or anything. And then he said in chat that it was okay. So I didn't necessarily ask permission, but I got permission. Now I did. Who knows? We'll see how that Browns game goes, but I'll find this McVay take here in a sec. Wilson. Oh, he got it. Second effort. Let's see. Where did it go? McVay. Oh, I like Michael. Oh, the Swole Miss boys. That would be sick. Oh, yeah. I could get down with that. AJ Brown to the Steelers. Sure. Sure. We'll say sure, Caden. Oh my gosh. Why can't that, dude? This is another instance of me just not being able to find it in chat. I saw you say something about Stafford. I'm not seeing anything about McVay though. Packers are closing in, man. Anyone's game? I don't know. Anyways, I'll see if I can find it later. But Jacobs again. Oh, he's got a hole. Can he finish it? Touchdown. The Pack strike back. Josh Jacobs again. He's gotten going here in the fourth quarter. They've got the run game going now, and that's what we were kind of waiting to see. Oh, we were waiting to see if they could get the run game going, right? It's been an issue for them all season so far. There you go. Just one cut downhill. Beautiful. Oh, made a man miss at the end. Putting a little cut back on Diggs. Let's go. Said with love. Oh, yeah. We rock with him. We stand with him. Used a nickname for McVay. Interesting. A nickname for McVay. Boy genius. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it might have disappeared or something. I know that, like, not disappeared, but like maybe I'm just blind and I can't see it. Nickname for McVay. Sean McHair gel stabbed my goat in the back, and the NFL gifted him a Super Bowl to keep him from seeing he's a fraud. Yeah. Yeah, but he rocks the hair gel, doesn't he, though, right? Doesn't he just look so sick? Doesn't he have so much aura, you know? You know what? I'm going to call him Sean McHair gel affectionately. I think it's a good thing he uses so much gel. He's just expressing himself, you know? And you know what? Jared Goff, you've been good. Good for you, Jared Goff. McVay was right to do what he did. But it's worked out for both quarterbacks. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just say my freshman year of high school, I was a demon with hair gel. I started putting stuff in my hair my freshman year of high school. The first like month, not even first month. It was like first few months. I just used so much. It was like they were like wires. Like it was crazy, dude. And now it's funny. Like now I don't really put any product in my hair. I go back and forth, but like my hair's gotten a little long. I think I need a haircut. But there was a time where like man, I'll gotta see if I can find a picture at some point in the show, y'all, because it was crazy. Let's see if I can find one on my phone here. I don't have too many old pictures on here these days, but I might have some. I'll see if I can find a good one. Oh my gosh. No, see, I don't have any pictures from that era. I have pictures, but like it was post hair gel. Or I mean, I used hair gel, but not like an obscene amount. It was a weapon. Doctor is secretly sponsored by Axe hair gel. You know, it's funny. Like it wasn't even Axe, but it was something. I should surprise Christine with the gel up hairstyle again randomly. Oh, I'm sure she'd love it. You know, well, she likes to say like sometimes when my hair will stand up like this, she likes to say that I look like Jimmy Neutron, which is kind of true. There's maybe some truth to that. I'll get the Jimmy Neutron hair going, but I gotta show her the weaponized hair. All right, you know what? I think, I think when I get my haircut, I'll do that. I'll just, I'll just show up. Just describing it as a weapon is so funny, but so accurate. Spiked mohawk. You know what's crazy? When I was in first grade, I had a mohawk. I asked my parents, I was like, can I get a mohawk? And they said yes. And I was just so surprised. So there was like a brief, like 2 month period where I had a mohawk when I was in first grade. It was so sick. A bowl cut? Oh my gosh. Could you imagine? Oh, brother. Look at that. Obviously, that was not a bowl cut, but Sean Gary making the play there. Vikings lost challenge. I like it. I like it. We can make that happen. Since I'm already getting a little loose with some of these challenges here and like implementing my own, we can make that happen. No, I loved it. I was shocked they said yes. I loved it honestly. Eventually, I was like, whatever, I'll move on. But I loved it. All right, 3rd and 3 for the boys here. Micah rushing up the A gap. Turpin's got it. First down. Cavante Turpin has been pretty good in this game, I gotta say. You know, there have been times where I've maybe harshly like cited Cavante Turpin playing meaningful reps as like a sign of the Cowboys' lack of depth in the passing game, but he's been good today. Good job by Javante Williams picking up Micah too. That's that's what we were kind of waiting to see this Packers defense do, right? Putting Micah in the A gap on 3rd down, just having him tee off on the interior. There's Turpin on the ground. Okay. But, you know, man, like, They've handled Micah pretty well so far today. He's gotten a few pressures. I don't think he's gotten a sack though, and he hasn't like completely dominated this game. The Cowboys have had a pretty good plan for this. Chris smart with it. True. Chris is smart with it. Chris is goated. Lori and Chris are goated. Should ask my girlfriend if I could get a mohawk. I tell you what, when we're done here, I'll go ask her. I'll be like, hey, can I get a mohawk? I'll let you guys know next week when I go live, or even a Discord. I'll let you know what she says. No, this has been a great game, honestly. Again, I was a little nervous. I was like, maybe this won't be the closest game, but it'll at least be entertaining to watch. Like Micah Parsons go for 4 sacks against the Cowboys or whatever. But here we are in a battle. These matchups never disappoint, do they? There's always something interesting going on when these two teams get together. Two of the most iconic franchises in the NFL. Two classic teams. Time and time again, we've seen great games between these two. We're in for another treat here now. Cowboys kind of backs against the wall a little bit, right? But if they win, they get to 500. They're 2-2. It feels like it's wide open, you know? NFC kind of feels wide open right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. Under 9 minutes now. Let's see what we got here. Another third down. Come on, Dak. What you got for us? There comes Micah. Quick win. Dak steps up and it's knocked away. Edrin Cooper. That was a big-time Micah Parsons play right there. That was a ridiculous win off the edge. He just won around the hoop. Yeah, look at this replay right here. Oh, my goodness. This is what makes him so special, that he can win so quickly. Forces Dak to step up. There's a little bit of pressure coming from Van Ness too, right? And then a great play by Cooper to knock it away. But Dak might have had just, oh, they're going. They're going. Let's go. They're going. Come on. Actually go this time, Dallas. Actually snap it. Yep. Double team on Micah. Prescott over the middle. It's caught. It's Pickens. They pick it up on 4th. Oh, my goodness. Oh, come on, man. Look at Dak step up in the pocket. I'm sorry. That's beautiful quarterbacking right there. To step up and evade Van Ness and throw a seed over the middle on 4th and 2, game on the line. If you want to know why I'm so high on Dak Prescott, why I think he's like a top 10, like I have him at like the 6th, 7th best quarterback in the NFL, something like that. Plays like that are special, dude. That was a fantastic play by Dak Prescott. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, the Jared Cook catch in 2016, dude. I was so mad. I was such a Packers hater. I was crashing out. I could not believe that game. That was a great game, though. Kaden asking, where does Cooper rank amongst linebackers and why is he 1? Well, and I know you're riffing here, right? He's not 1, but I'd say he's top 10. I'd put him in the top 10. There's still a few guys I would take over him, but Dak? Oh, he sailed it. Sailed it a little bit. He had Tolbert. Tough throw, but he's hit those plenty of times. He could have hit that one, man. It was right there. He was running away. That could have been a big hitter right there. Just a little crossing route off of play action. Yep. Oh, it wasn't even that tough of a throw. That's a layup for him. Yeah, he's throwing to the other side of the field, but he has that the whole way. Dak give and Dak taketh away. Now you got to pick up this 3rd and 5. Field goal doesn't really do you a whole lot of good. You're probably still looking at 4-down territory here. Oh, can he escape? Micah comes in. We'll see about the flag, but as of right now, we're looking at 4th and short here. Guess Jack should have started Pickens. Got more than 7 points. Pickens has been good. True. 2016 class goes crazy. Absolutely. It's going all right. We're 1-1 with him. It's been fine. It's okay. It's aight. Face mask. Ron, your mic. Ron, Ron, your mic is off. That's a big face mask though. Man. Oh yeah, you got him right there. Yeah, that's pretty clear. Surprised it didn't take him 5 minutes to come up with that decision. Yeah. Easy call right there. Man. What a game. Now what? See, we're taking a while to get back to the line. Everything takes so long with this crew. Bro, I gotta text Gothberg after this game and be like, dude, your Ron Torbert rant is just evergreen. Paxton Lynch. Yes. Yes, he was. What's he up to these days? Wasn't he like with the UFL for a little bit? Paxton Lynch is crazy. Man. He barely played in the league, honestly. Like, he didn't even get like a full year as a starter, man. Yeah. Javante. Oh, Javante running guys over near the goal line. First and goal, Cowboys. Here comes Dallas. Another long drive. It's been a lot of long, slow, methodical drives where the Cowboys are just hitting you with jab here, jab there. Just a nice little punch. Not too many explosive plays, but I'm sure, to nerd out, I'm sure their success rate in this game is really high. Oh my gosh. No, I didn't. I didn't get a Fanta. I got to do that too, Brent. You're absolutely right. Oh, he's just short. He's just short. They can go again, though. Try again with Javante, honestly. No, I thought there might have been something with Lynch, too, honestly. I was like, he went to a good spot in Denver. He can sit for a little bit. They've got a good coaching staff. Ultimately, yeah, football god said you got enough, and it's just skill issue. Like, unfortunately, he was not able to be coached up. Maybe we will see a Lupke goal line touch here, man. This would be the spot to do it with him. No, he's not out there. What? Wait. Are they going to do Wildcat? Oh, it worked! We got a flag down, but at least for the moment, Williams Wildcat scores the touchdown. All right, looks like it's going to be offsides on the Packers. Cowboys take the lead again. Oh my gosh. All right. Cowboys strike back. Dude, why has this been like one of the best games of the year? This is cinema, dude. This is what it's all about right here. Nice. Oh, where'd my water go? There it is. Now it's the Packers' turn to try and answer again. Yeah, Chris Collinsworth makes a good point. He's talking about how this speaks very highly of Brian Schottenheimer, right? Like they could have collapsed after the end of the first quarter. And I feel like this is now the second time we've said this. We've gone live for 2 Cowboys games now. And I think there's something to be said both times. We've either heard or made the point ourselves, like, honestly, Dallas has played pretty hard for Brian Schottenheimer, and that kind of speaks volumes, right? You think back to week 1 against Philly, like, the Micah trade literally happened like a week before that game. They're huge road underdogs and all that stuff. And yet they went out there and competed. The offense looked pretty good and nearly and honestly probably could have won that game, like And now here they are now down big in the first quarter against Micah Parsons and the Packers, right? All eyes are on you. Big stage. Could have easily folded and rolled over. Here they are up 3 with less than 5 minutes to go. I mean, yeah, I think, again, like, I don't have like credentials. I'm not in the locker room or anything like that. So this is just speculation. But I think it's easy for me to sit here and say, like, man, like, this has to speak highly of like the buy-in that they have with Schottenheimer, that even though they're 1-2, they've been very competitive so far. And I don't know. Look at this, man. Look at this. They're in a dogfight with the Packers. Jerry Jones must have some dirt on them boys. He put the fear of God in them. Oh, Jerry. I think we all have dirt on Jerry. But Jerry made the call. Jerry made sure that they were going to win. Jerry made sure. Do y'all think NFL players and coaches watch these streams and pray that no one calls them a mean nickname in chats? The entire league collectively shudders when Wolf is in chat. Dude, I know NFL players are watching this stream and they're like, oh my gosh, please be nice to me. Please be nice to me. Please be nice to me. Yay, says Caden. You know, to quote that one Snapchat meme, they celebrating with 4:50 left in the fourth. We'll see. We'll see if Jordan Love can emulate his predecessor in another fashion, and that is taking it to the Cowboys. He's done it once already. Let's see if he can do it again. If Dallas wins this game, we should all wipe the Dak spit first slander off the face of the internet. True. You know what? Dak spit first, and he was right to do so. Yeah, they did win the Super Bowl in this stadium. That's right. Good call, Tarico. Brent says, I'm going to try and do the Doofenshmirtz voice again. I tried this last year, and it didn't go very well. But we're going to try it again. We're going to see if we can do it. If I had a nickel for every time the Packers had a 13-0 lead and lost it, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. That was all right. My Doofenshmirtz is fine. It's nothing special. I've got a few better impressions in the bag, but once a year, when that quote gets put in chat, I'll pull it out. That's my deal with you guys. I'll pull it out. Snapchat meme. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Treadwell is a great name. Laquan Treadwell. Let's go, baby. Laquan Treadwell. I wish he was good. I was so hyped when the Vikings drafted him. I thought he's another one of those guys that I was just wrong about. I thought he was going to be a beast, dude. I thought he was going to be like the next Anquan Bolden. Nope. The pressure of the moment that hurts the impression? Fair. Does it have to be organic, maybe? Maybe. Or I just need to get in the lab. It's funny because honestly, I would say Doofenshmirtz has never been my best work. And yet I always feel the need to pull it out for some reason, you know? But what can you do? There's a reason I'm Dr. Pigskin, not Dr. Impressions. But that's the impression that you guys get tonight. Maybe next week I'll have another one for you guys or something. I have a few decent ones, I'll say. I'm no Frank Caliendo or anything. And like I see some people on like TikTok. It's crazy, dude. Like there's this one, and I don't know her name. I'm trying to like credit creators, you know. Christine showed me a TikTok of this one creator, and she was doing impressions of like the Justin Bieber meme. If you know, it's like, it's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. And some of the impressions that she had were crazy, man. Like her Zoe Deschanel, or like Zoe Deschanel playing Jess from New Girl. Like it's like, oh, holy crap, that was crazy, you know. Some people have a crazy deep bag for that kind of stuff, but I'm Dr. Pigskin, so, you know, I don't have to. Oh, sorry, I just got the Xbox thing where it's like, your console's going to turn off soon because you've done nothing. Hold on one sec. YouTube TV on the Xbox, baby. I have to just, like, turn on my controller, use it for a second just to, like, Be like, hey, like, this is what we're doing. Oh, what? We just went to football night in America. Hold on, there we go. I accidentally rewinded all the way to the pregame show. We're good now. We're good. There's Favre down on the sideline for some reason. Why is he here, I wonder? I mean, obviously, like, the Packers are playing, but... Good quarterback duel for my two dynasty QBs. Let's go, baby. I don't know that I'll be able to pull out the win in dynasty, but I won't even check the score right now. I don't need to know right now, but let's see what we got here. Oh, no Jacobs going into the locker room. That's significant. Oh, he's on the sideline now, but he went into the locker room for a little bit to get looked at. Savion gets like a yard. I love the Guardian cap. Safety first. Just like looking at his... Oh, they popping it back into place. Oh, they're treating a cut. I thought we were about to see like it get popped into place or something. Like, dude, this is crazy. Like, I'm fascinated, but like, yikers. Well, okay. I think Jacobs is back out there now. Yeah. Nothing doing right there though. But he's back out there at least. Cowboys legend Brett Favre. Falcons legend Brett Favre. Here we go. Third down. Oh my gosh. Kenny Clark. There's the revenge game. Kenny Clark. The story of the game. Kenny Clark playing against his old team, right? Was there a discussion about your nicknames question? Yes. Yeah, we were talking. I was saying, like, I know for a fact NFL players and coaches are watching this. Like, please don't be mean. Cowboys sending pressure. Oh, what a catch. Romeo Dobbs. Romeo Dobbs having a game. What a throw and catch that was. Working on Bland again. Dude, Bland has kind of had the target on his head a little bit today. They've been going at him. We got a clock stoppage here. What's going on? Injury timeout. Oh, Dobbs is fired up. The Packers nothing but week 2 Super Bowl champions. I mean, hey, we'll see, right? Like, we'll see how the rest of this game goes. If they win, they get the 3-1, and like, you know, it certainly has been a significantly less dominant past 2 weeks for the Packers than it was first 2 weeks. But it's also fair to say, like, you know, especially if they come out with a win here and they're 3-1, like, yes, losing to the Browns is tough, but also, like, if you look back at, like, pretty much every Super Bowl champion, like, they all have, like, a weird loss here or there, right? I remember, like, a few years ago, the 2022 Chiefs lost to the Colts, you know? The Eagles got thumped. I mean, the Buccaneers were, like, good, you know, but, like, the Eagles got killed by the Buccaneers last year. They also nearly lost to the Browns, and they lost to... Who else did they lose to? But you get my point, right? Like, you know, Super Bowl teams will drop games. The 2020 Bucks had some true stinkers, you know. But we'll see. You know, maybe, did we jump the gun? We certainly jumped the gun. I say we. The Packers players jumped the gun by saying, I think we could go undefeated. Eagles lost to ATL. That's right. Yeah, I knew. Okay. They lost to Kirk, dude. That's right. I streamed that game. I was like, I knew there was one I was missing. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I'm passionately defending the Packers. I'm sticking up for them a little bit, I suppose. I don't even know who I am at this point. The head shave really did Changed the tide. Nick Sirianni shaved his head, and that's what won him the game. All right, here we go. We're on the voice commercial, which has got to be the last commercial before the break ends, right? Got to get the network promo, and then we get back to the game, hopefully, because we've had a really good one, and I need more. I need more football in my veins. Yeesh. Ugh. All right. Look out. Oh, he's just going to chuck it in the dirt. Dangerous to grounding there. Was there a receiver in the area? Yeah, Kraft. Okay. Kraft was in the scrum, I guess. That's still, yeah. More pressure. Oh, there you go. Swing it out. Oh, look at Wilson making people miss. Okay. You know, he pops every once in a while. Again, he's like a good number 2. He's a good role player. He'll flash every little bit. Bro, how many times have we seen Jerry now? That's gotta have like a Jerry counter or something. Now, if you're the Packers and if you're the Cowboys, I mean that clock is certainly something to watch now. If you're Dallas, you're like, man, if you're gonna score, you should score quick. Just get it over with, you know? It's probably smart by Green Bay to just like run the ball a little bit. I mean, you're not quite in field goal range, but you're knocking on the door of field goal range. Obviously, you'd like to go for the win here, but you gotta factor that clock as well. Yep, and that's exactly what they're talking about on the broadcast now. Watching the clock. You do have all 3 of your timeouts, and you've got the 2-minute warning. How this second down play goes is going to determine a lot of how the Cowboys manage their timeouts here. Play action. Oh, it's dropped. Oh no. Oh my gosh. What a swing and a roller coaster that was. That went from a killer drop and stopping the clock and bringing up third down to I mean, that is a bad penalty, man. Like, you can't do that. That's the same guy that blew up Golden on the punt. Yeah, that is killer. Now, if you're Dallas, you got to be breathing a sigh of relief that like a field goal can only tie it right now, right? If it was a tie game or if Green Bay was down by like 2 or 1, you would honestly be in a terrible spot right now. But at least like if you're the Cowboys, like Green Bay can't just like sit on the ball, try and kill clock, and then kick a field goal for the win. At least like they're still very motivated to go for the touchdown here. Look at Jacobs running angrily. Here we go. 2-minute warning. Dallas still has all 3 of their timeouts here. Oh, this is where things get juicy. Balls at the Dallas 15, so the Packers still can get a first down. That's huge, actually. That's huge that the Packers still have that extra first down they can work with, right? For timeout purposes. If you want to try and milk the clock some, you honestly want to shoot for... You don't want to like overthink it too much, right? But best case scenario, if you're the Packers here, like you're really shooting for... Let's say you get 11 yards before you move the chains, right? You want to try and like get the ball to like the 3-yard line and have it like first and goal from the 3 or something like that, right? Because you want to force Dallas into some tough decisions with those timeouts. Again, let's say they go out there, first play, out of the 2-minute warning, it's wide open. Like Jacobs just runs it in. Sure, yeah. Like if you're just gonna like if you have a walk-in touchdown, you take it, obviously, right? You don't want to big brain it too much and like go down before the end zone. But would it be the worst thing in the world if you're the Packers if you got like a 5-yard run on first down? Like, to me, that would constitute a very successful play. Like a 5-yard run on first down. I feel like you have to run on first down if you're Green Bay. Yes, the passing game has been humming and the run game has been a little bit inconsistent, but it's heated up a little bit here in the second half and can't have an incompletion here. Sack isn't like a backbreaker, but you certainly don't want that either. But I feel like you got to run it here on first down. That extra point return really is coming in clutch right now. No, it's true. Like seriously, like that's a 3-point swing right there. That's the 3 points that separate these two teams, right? Packers lose out on a point and the Cowboys get 2. That's the game right there. Yeah, it's obviously not as simple as that, but like that is the math, more or less, even though, like, you know, you would necessarily say if it wasn't for that, it would be tied, you know, but the Cowboys can owe their 3-point lead to that. So special teams, man, they matter. They matter. Brent asking, should Dion get fired at Colorado? I have not been tapped in enough to Colorado to have a good answer to that, honestly. I know they've had like some health issues and like the hype has died down a little bit. We'll see at the end of the year. We'll see. All right, here we go. Now, past the 2-minute warning. It's juicy, folks. It's juicy. Losing yards. Timeout Cowboys. Yeah, good play there. Good call to call your timeout by Brian Schottenheimer. I continue to be impressed by him. What's up, Business Circuit? Good to have you in here. Had some fantasy advice. All right, hit me. Go for it. 2nd and 13 now, though, after that big loss. I mean, yeah, you got to call your timeout, right? You got to push your chips in that you're going to get your stop here on this set of downs. You got a negative play on first down. The chips are in now for the defense. Do not let them get a first down here if you're Dallas. Here we go, baby. They're throwing behind the line to Wilson. Good tackle. It's Diggs. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Timeout, Dallas. They have managed this brilliantly here, and they've played it brilliantly. 3rd down and 10. Money down. Now this is where you put the ball in Love's hands. This is where you let the passing game make a play for you, right? You've got all these young receivers. You paid Jordan Love all this money. This is a contract down right here for Jordan Love. This is where he's got to go earn that big, hefty paycheck. I've talked big game about Jordan Love. Well, this is a spot where he can go big game hunting. Oh, yeah. Love it. Love plugging the Discord. Absolutely. In case any of you guys are new in here, there's a little link to our community Discord. Thank you for that, Caden. I'm going to go pin this right now, actually. We got some new people in here, some people that have joined the Discord, but updates, ball talk, fun stuff like that. There you go. Let's go. 3rd down and 10, baby. Here we go. We're locked in. We're not looking, our peripheral's not spoiling this for us. Love, touchdown! Who else? Romeo Doubs! Again! Oh, my heavens! Romeo, Romeo, where art thou? The end zone! Ho, ho, ho! It's going to come down to Dallas. Can they go win it? Love with a strike to Dobbs. 3 touchdowns, and it's all to Romeo Dobbs. Oh, my goodness. What a game. Extra point on the way, and it is good. Dallas needs a touchdown. 34-30. Cowboys have 1:45 and one timeout. Here we go, Dak Prescott. Dakota Rain Prescott, the man that I have talked up so much. I know that you're different, so show me that you're different. This is an island game. This is on prime time, big time spot, back against the wall. Everyone has doubted the Cowboys. You're going up against Micah Parsons. The whole world has counted you out. They say you can't win the big ones. They say you're not clutch, that you just don't have it in you. Go on, Dak Prescott. Show me what you got. Show me that you can be who I know you can be. Come on, Dak. Come on, Dak. Come on, Dak. Let's go. Let's go. Cool, calm, and collected, putting the helmet on. He's ready to kill. Come on. Can we get a Dak Prescott legacy moment right here? I love where your head's at, Joao. Let's go, baby. Come on. Oh, we're eating. We're eating. His love language, words of affirmation, because I just gave him some right there. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Do we have an all-timer of a finish? Great game either way, by the way, but do we have an all-timer of a finish? Man. Oh! Oh. Turpin almost popped one there. Oh my gosh. Oh, could you imagine if Micah got a sack or something to end the game? That would be insane. Whew, baby. All right, what do we got here? You got to let Dak cook here. I mean, yeah, you can't really run at this point, right? You just don't have the time or the timeouts. That return helps a lot, though. Oh! Oh! I think they'll rule that incomplete, yeah. But still a little scary. A little scary. Yeah. Whoo, whoo, whoo. They've had a pretty good answer from Micah in this game so far. Now what? It's another long decision. I mean, come on, dude. It's just it's a parody of itself at this point. Dude, Ron Torbert is goated. This is awesome. Oh, they're still sorting stuff out. See, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It's a hard job I get. I think I'm just more amused than anything. I'm not even trying to say, oh, he sucks as a ref. It's just, it's just so funny how this always happens. And it's just if Gothberg had never pointed that out, I would not have really noticed it. And now, I see it all the time. Ooh, Ferguson. That was a little scary. Held on, though. Got to get up and go. Can't burn that time out yet. You got to save that for if you hit a chunk play, right? You hit a 40-yard pass or something 40-yard pass, you're darn near scoring at this point. But you want to save it. Or you want to save it for if you get to fourth down to give yourself a little bit of time. Oh, he got him. He got Tolbert. First down. Up to the 30. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Under a minute now. They're going. They're saving the timeout. Good call. You can keep that in your back pocket a little bit more. And again, don't want to score too fast. You got to play this perfectly. It's a very fine needle to thread here. Oh, Pickens turns. Burns. Scores. Dallas answers back quickly. Oh, my goodness. The Cowboys have retaken the lead. 3 plays, 54 yards. Madness in Dallas. Oh my goodness. Why is this game of the year? Pickens with his second on the game. There's the Dak legacy moment. Let's see if the defense can hold on. He's fired up, bro. As he should be. But, as we've seen many, many times, this is a literal trope in the NFL. As we've seen, there is something about the Cowboys leaving time on the clock for the Packers to answer. 43 seconds, 3 timeouts. That is an eternity. Does Love have an answer? Is the answer overtime? I could get down with more of this game. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Nice turn after the catch, and he's just gone. Jordan Love legacy drive. Georgie. Dude, Georgie's going crazy, as he does. Georgie. What a game. What a duel between two fantastic quarterbacks, too. Love and Prescott both brought their A games here today. Man. This is where Jordan Love throws an atrocious pick like last weekend. He's got a few of those in him. We'll see. We'll see. He might have already gotten his bozo moments out of the way, but... Yeah, Aubrey's kickoff game has been crazy. Savion, does he have a big return in him? Oh, he bounces off a few guys. Decent return there, honestly. That was covered pretty well, but he made something out of that. Here we go. 35 seconds, 3 timeouts. Packers need at least 3. Does Love have it in him here? Here we go. I mean, just twists and turns and tosses and tables and all that. I'm speaking in riddles and gibberish. Dak firing up the crowd. I love it. He's going Batesel mode. He's firing them up. If you know, you know. Come on, man. Classic. Just a classic. There's Jacobs on the catch. Gets a block. Gets out of bounds. Packers are already knocking on the door of field goal range. They're already in Cowboys territory. Oh my gosh. They still have all 3 of their timeouts too with him getting out of bounds. 23 yards just like that. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. I don't know, folks. We feeling free football here? Love makes a man miss. Throws. Just throws it away. Smart. I smell something. Smells like free football. I don't know. I kind of like the smell of free football. It smells pretty good. We'll see. We'll see. McManus does have a pretty big leg. They are indoors, but they're not in field goal range yet, though, right? I mean, certainly that would be a crazy kick from here. We've seen some crazy kicks, though. Blitz. Love. Got him. Malik Heath. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now they're probably in field goal range. It'd be about a 57-yarder from here. It's long, but it's doable for McManus. But if you're Green Bay, man, you really want to pick up this third down. The roof is open. Really? Oh. Dude, wouldn't that be so funny if they like opened the roof when the Packers had the ball? They run it on 3rd and 1. Oh, did he get it? It's going to be close with forward progress. I think they're going to spot him that he got it. You call timeout here. You can probably run one more play here to make it an easier kick, right? Now you're looking at trying to figure out where the Packers have the ball. It's still like a 56, 55 yarder from here, but you just had to get that first down because 4th down, then you'd be forced to kick it. 2 timeouts left. It just comes down to how greedy you're going to get, right? I mean, I think it really depends on like how many yards they would gain on this next play. Let's say they get like 9 yards here. They're probably not going to mess around too much, and they're just going to kick it. Bro, and again, they're showing the replay of the blocked PAT. Like, that has been the difference in this game. That has been the math right there, you know? Just little things like that. Seemed innocuous at the time. It's 13-2 instead of 14-0. Here we are now. Oh, timeout Cowboys maybe? Interesting. I guess that's honestly, I actually kind of like that. I think that's a better use of timeout, like using a timeout to figure out what exactly Green Bay's strat is on this play, as opposed to like icing the kicker. That's probably a better use of that timeout. Because this is a big play right here. This could be the difference between like a 57-yard try or like a 47-yard try, you know? Yo, what's up, Gabe? Good to have you in here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go. Hey, same could be said about you, but we'll take that. That's awesome. Good game here right now, man. Can't complain. Cannot complain one bit. Some cinema on the field here. Let's see what we got. Again, we're going to try and block out the peripheral. It's getting to be that time in the game where we might look a little silly doing this, but I ain't going to have Gamecast spoil nothing. They run it. Oh, okay. All right. Timeout, and they're probably going to kick it from here, right? You have 1 timeout left. It's just so risky to run another play. 8 seconds is a decent amount of time, and you do have that timeout, but man, you just... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you really want to risk it and run another play? You just got to send out your kicker, right? 13-2 score became this. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It was looking a little scary for a moment. They are going to run another play. They put another second on the clock. This is a little risky. 9 seconds is plenty, though. 9 seconds should be plenty. You can't try anything too far. I don't know. The whole playbook is probably open. Love going for it all. He just was ready to go ballistic there. Here we go. Brandon McManus. All right, we're going to turn this monitor off. Yep, it still works. All right. What do we got? Long-ish kick, but it's doable, but it's not easy. Here we go. We're turning our phone over to no spoilers, no nothing. 53-yarder to send this to OT. It's good. And the nose never lies. We've got free football. Oh my goodness. Chew on this. Think about this. If you're on the Eastern time zone like I am, your day of watching football started at 9:30 with the overseas game. It is now 11:43 and we have overtime to come. Now, I've already checked this, believe it or not, because I was on the pulse of this beat last year, and I believe it was actually week 4 last year. This is actually crazy. This is such a, it's crazy that I know this, but I do. Or it might have been week 5. I think it was week 4 though. Um, let's just say this: since 2021, this is now the third. This is now the third year that week 4. So 3 of the last 4 years, if my math is right, where we have had an abnormally long day of football on week 4. So, right? Think about it, right? First game started at 9:30 Eastern. Here we are, 11:44, and we're going into overtime. Realistically, this game will probably be done around like midnight or something, right? Last year, week 4, Vikings played overseas. Game started at 9:30. It was Steelers Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. And if you remember, there was a weather delay, which caused the game to be delayed by like an hour or so start. That game ended up getting done at like 12:58, 12:59 around then, right? As far as I know, and I've tried to verify this. I haven't been able to verify this. But as far as I know, I believe that last year, week 4, was the longest Sunday of football ever, with the first game starting at 9:30 and then the last game getting done at like 12:58 a.m. And then in 2021, we saw a similar thing where there was an overseas game. I believe it was Falcons-Jaguars on... Oh, it was week 5. Okay, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Week 4 or week 5. Dang it. But okay, either way. 2021, similar story. There's an overseas game. I believe it was Falcons-Jaguars, or Falcons-Jets, I think, actually. So that started at 9:30, and then the Sunday Night Football game was Bills-Chiefs. And if you remember, there was a weather delay at halftime, and that game got done at around like 12:30 a.m. So we could be in for another like day where the game starts at 9:30 and then we're done past midnight. But if I'm not mistaken, week 5 of last year is the record for the longest NFL Sunday. I don't think we'll break that record this time because there's no weather delay or anything, but I'm so happy I got to talk about that. I actually did like a stupid amount of research, like trying to verify that last year. I have a whole Twitter thread and everything. And I remember being so bummed because last year we were so close. We were this close to having our first ever NFL snap occur at 1 o'clock in the morning. I remember like looking at my clock, like the little like seconds hand on my iPhone for that last lateral play for the Cowboys Steelers Sunday night game. I was like, come on, can we make it to 1 o'clock? I just want one play at 1 o'clock. Didn't happen. As far as I know, there's never been an NFL play that has occurred at 1 o'clock. We won't get that today, but here we go. Great game. Let's do overtime now. Turpin's got a hole. Penalty. And of course, we've got the new overtime rules this year too, right? Been tweaking those a little bit in the postseason and now in the regular season. So we're going to get to see the new look overtime rules on the big stage too. I love it. If I'm not mistaken, it's so funny. I was so busy going on and on about like long NFL Sundays. They had a graphic of the overtime rules, and I wasn't fully paying attention. But if I'm not mistaken, both teams get the ball now, right? It's similar to the postseason rules now, where both teams get the ball. Yeah, another penalty, dude. They've been all over. Yeah. His head slammed pretty hard there. Talking about maybe a concussion. Start with a run. Oh, Williams. Okay. First down. One run, one first. Man, I might be a little biased, but I'd love to see him open it up for Dak here. I mean, he's the guy who got you here. I mean, Williams has been running pretty well, but I want to see some Dak hoops. Oh, nice move by Williams, making the guy miss there. There's Loopkey. Oh, what's up, Wolf? Good to have you in here. You are not late, bro. We still got a game going on. Good one at that. Oh, yeah. No, you came here at the perfect time. Things are getting crazy here. Of course, I started Trevor Lawrence over Dak Prescott. Oh, that's tough. I mean, Trevor played fine today, but for fantasy, yeah. Caden's fired up. How are you feeling right now, Caden? Man, this has got to be nerve-wracking. Dallas offense just been red hot. Honestly, if you're Green Bay, like having the ball second is kind of nice because you know what you need and it can completely change the way that you call the game. Let's see that Dallas comes away with a field goal here. If you're Green Bay, you know a touchdown wins, right? Let's say Dallas scores a touchdown. If you're Green Bay, you could go for 2 for the win, you know? They want to watch Bluey. Oh, they're missing out. Tell them they're missing out on a classic. 3rd and 4. Oh, Dak sees something. They're changing the play. Where's Micah? Oh, Micah's on the edge. Top of your screen here. They got to hurry and get the snap off. They got it. He has time. Shot downfield. It's Pickens again. They're almost pulling his pants off. Georgie strikes again. George Pickens' nuclear game today. 8 for 134 and 2 touchdowns. Wow. Good rep on Micah Parsons, too, for Nate Thomas. Preston just dropped 20 on 8 for 9. Okay. Preston, I like it. I prefer Peter myself, but we could get down with Preston. I like Preston, actually. I rock with Preston. Peter. Play action for Dak. There's Schoonmaker. 8 for 9? No, I see you. Peter. He eats peas. They're saying they're in Brandon Aubrey's field goal range. Yeah, they certainly are. But you want the touchdown if you're Dallas. Dak with time again, stepping up. Gotta throw it. He chucks it. It's caught. It's caught. Oh my goodness. Jalen Tolbert kept him in bounds. Oh my gosh. That was a prayer ball. What a catch. Oh my goodness. 1, 2. He dragged the toe. That's a catch. That is impossible. Oh my gosh. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but if Dallas scores here, the game is not over, right? Did they change that rule? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they changed that rule. Cowboys call timeout here. Oh my goodness. Man. Oh, thank you, Gabe. Oh, man. Holy smokes. Oh, we'll take that as well, Wolf. Thank you. Bro, he just chucked it. He just gave his receiver a chance to come back to it, and he is rewarded with an unreal catch. Micah bearing down, he just chucks it up. Oh. They'll give it to Javonte. Bowling someone over. Nah, let Dak throw. You got to let Dak throw here. Throw your way into the end zone. Now, it's fair to point out the clock, honestly. They've taken almost half of this overtime period on this drive. Bro, could you imagine if this game ended in a tie? Dak fakes. Micah's coming. Oh, they're going to say he's down at like the line of scrimmage. We'll see if Micah gets the sack or not. Micah got Dak there, though. That's like the first time Micah's actually finished a play. I mean, he's had plenty of pressures. Like, he's had a good game. No, it's not. I don't say that to say, like, oh, he's been quiet today. But, like, there he is actually getting home. Big time. Third down. Third down. Third down. Oh, they did call it a sack. Wow. Dak holding it. Throws it away. Hmm. Now they're gonna have to take the field goal. Oh, I don't feel great about that. That's so tough to get that Herculean catch from Tolbert, and then you have to settle for 3. That is a bit of a letdown, I gotta say. I mean, if you're Dallas, you're taking the points, right? You have to, but we're gonna turn this monitor off because I already saw what happened. I mean, it's nothing too crazy, but you gotta admit that is a bit of a letdown if you're Dallas here. You could have came away with a touchdown here. But how about this? It comes down to the Micah Parsons-less defense to get a stop and win this game for Dallas. 40-37. I mean, I would have at least flirted with going for it, Joao. I would have at least thought about it. Timeout killer vibe. Maybe, dude. I mean, yeah, maybe they should have just let it roll. Could you imagine a 40-40 tie? Oh my heavens, man. What a game. What is this question from Wolf? Say hypothetically you became an NFL MVP, then kicked out of the league for shaving points, then you took your girlfriend's car and drunk drive and sent to prison. Hypothetically, I hope I never find myself in a situation like that. I feel like that'd be a pretty tough spot to be in. I have no idea what that was. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Man, just every time these teams play, it's something memorable. Again, like the 2023 wildcard game, sure that was a blowout, but at least it was memorable. But you've got 2016. Was it 2018? These two teams played a really good regular season game. 2014 in the playoffs was a classic. Yeah, man. Oh, nice scoregami watch. I love it, Michael. Good call. 40-40 scoregami. It's on the table. I like it. All right, there's another Aubrey kickoff masterpiece in the landing zone. You got to return it. You got to return it. I mean, you don't have to, but now they're starting at the 20. Yeah, they got the kickoff strat down, man. Green Bay backed up here. They do have both their timeouts. They've got 4:40. Time is not the issue here. The issue is if you don't score, you lose. But if you score a touchdown, you win. And again, how rich is this that it comes down to the defense sans Micah Parsons? It's poetic, man. You couldn't write a script like this. What do we got here, Green Bay? Oh, there's Wicks. A little bubble for him. A few yards. Oh, it was a catch. Dez caught it for sure. For as much as the Cowboys get clowned on, I wish the Browns were like him. Wolf is saying, you could do a lot worse than the Cowboys. You could do better, and there's a lot of heartbreak with Dallas, but you could do a lot worse too. Oh, Love keeps it. Just has to chuck it in the dirt. Third down, flag down. Oh, it's on the Packers. An eligible man downfield. Oh boy. Well, they decline it. They want the third down. I like that honestly. It's certainly four down territory here, right? If you're Green Bay, you've got 2 plays to pick up 6 yards here, but I actually kind of like that. You're taking the down. You're trusting your defense to get a stop. It's a bit risky, but honestly, I'm always a sucker for the risky. So, oh yeah. Yeah. Couple of penalties now on Sean Ryan. Tough game for him. Now what? Timeout Dallas. That's their last one. That's their last timeout. Yeah, you're right, Mike Tirico. Like, it's been nice to know that like both teams get the ball no matter what, right? So much of it used to just come down to a coin toss, right? Some of it you could say, oh, whatever, like skill issue, like just get the stop on defense. But yeah, timeout vibe killer too, maybe something to keep an eye on. Got to keep a pulse on it. Here we go, 3rd and 6. Packers are 10 for 12 on third down. That's crazy. Love, deep shots. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Incomplete pass. No flag. Here we go. It's 4th and 6. They were looking for the long ball to Wicks. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It was a slot fade all the way. Oh, he almost had it. Trying to see if you can maybe make a call there or not. There's hand fighting both ways. Bland doesn't turn his head. I don't know. Honestly, I don't hate them letting them play that one out. And timeout Green Bay. 4th and game. But we're going to have to wait just another second. What does Matt LaFleur have drawn up here? What is the money play to get them this first down and keep the game alive? Man, I mean, see, here's what I'll say. And I talked up the everyone eats, balance room, no alpha receiver mentality a lot, and there's plenty of merit to it, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. The one drawback, though, I think that's fair to say, is here you are on 4th and 6, and it's like, man, wouldn't it just be nice if you could just throw a slant to A.J. Brown, right? Man, wouldn't it be nice if you could just throw a corner to Justin Jefferson? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just throw a crosser to Jamar Chase, right? Who is your go-to guy here? Is it Kraft? Do you trust Golden? Like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. 4th down, 4th and game, 6 yards for the game. Love has time. He rips it. Caught. Matthew Golden over the middle. Big boy strike. Oh, we ain't done yet. Oh my gosh. There you go. I guess the rookie, the first rounder. That's why you bring him in. Big time. This game is the gift that just keeps on giving. The run it. Wilson making people get bowled over. I was going to say making people miss, but he's choosing not to miss people there. The O-line screen worked wonders for Alabama. I got to say, even though obviously I was heartbroken by that game, I got to say, a screen to Caden Proctor is so sick. A screen to your offensive lineman, especially when it's not Sewell. Oh, man. Second and 1. Green Bay's in a decent spot here. We are starting to get to like tie territory a little bit though, but just like how much time is left on the clock. If the Packers don't score a touchdown on this possession, we might be in tie territory. They're in field goal range now. They're at the 40. I mean, a tie is on the menu here potentially. A 40-40 tie would be insane. Here's a good question. And I'd have to figure out my answer for this. Hypothetically, let's say Green Bay gets to like the 4-yard line with like 4 seconds left. Let's say you're the Packers, you get to the 4-yard line, 4 seconds left. What do? Would you kick the field goal? Would you take the tie, or would you go for the win? Honestly, honest to goodness, and again, I always say the risky thing, and maybe it's easy for me to say because it's not my job to make this call. I honestly like to think, though, if I was in Matt LaFleur's shoes, let's say hypothetically we get to that situation, I would go for the win. What do you guys think? Let's say you're in a spot, you've got one play left, chip shot range, but also like you're so close to the goal line. What would you do? Would you take the field goal, or would you go for the win? Wolf says he'd go for the win. I respect the heck out of that. I think I would probably do the same thing. Brent would go for it. Let's go. Ties are underrated. That's fair. Spoken like a true soccer fan, right? Oh, man. Again, another very American thing for me to say, right? No ties ever. Oh, man. I would be interested to see, though. Good question. How often has ties made a difference? I feel like not super often, right? I mean, if I don't know, actually. That'd be something to go look into. Like, I know the 2022 Giants, they had a tie, but they were the 6th seed, not the 7th seed. So they would have made the playoffs either way, I think. Like, they would have just been 9-8 instead of 9-7-1. I don't know, honestly. That's a good question. We are now past midnight. Yeah, I was on that beat for a little bit. We're past midnight. Another long day of football. But what a stellar ending. Wicks makes a man miss. Still going. 0-1. That's right. They did tie week 1. I forgot about that. Against the Steelers, right? Packers marching. Love with another clean pocket, and I hate to say it because it's going to get beat to death depending on how this game goes. But, man, Dallas misses 11. Oh, yeah, the Chargers-Raiders game. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that would have knocked the Steelers out of the playoffs. That's right. Oh. Dobbs held on. Bland was coming downhill hard. Clock is ticking. Now the clock is, I mean, they're really killing the clock off. They're going to make sure that they have the last possession here. But if you're Green Bay, like if you want to go for the win, like you do have to kind of keep your eyes on the clock a little bit. They're going to run. First down. All right, good play call. It works. It works. Man, a shot. Yeah, you have to. You have to go a little bit. I think they're going a little too slow, maybe. They're at the line now, at least. Like, I don't know that you should be calling a screen here, man. They're not. I don't know. The way they've managed, like, these past 30 seconds of game time doesn't scream, like, desperation going for the win, Like, they run, and that's cool, and they get the first down. But then they go to the line, like, moderately fast. And then they call a wide receiver screen. You got to start throwing at the end zone, man. I don't know. Call timeout here. Yeah, that makes sense. It's second down. Is it second and goal? No, second and 13. They still can get a first down, but now without that final timeout, you got to be careful, right? Because if there's a lot to consider if you're going to try and get your field goal unit out on the field. If I'm Green Bay though, you gotta start taking some shots towards the end zone. You can't keep throwing like 4 yards downfield or whatever. Check down, tackled in bounds. Wait. So if they spike, I mean that this is a tie. If they're gonna spike it, right? If they're gonna spike it, that brings it to fourth down. What are they doing? They're going for the win. It's knocked away. Oh, there's 1 second left. There's 1 second left. Oh my gosh, they got away with it. They got away with it. Unbelievable. That was terrible. Dude, I'm sorry. That was terribly managed by the Packers. There's no reason they should have even been in that spot in the first place. Like they were lollygagging so much there. They managed that terribly. It's a tie. It's 40-40 and it's a tie. What? Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. That was terrible by the Packers. Like they had so many chances to go for the win there, and they just yeah. Honestly, tie is probably pretty deserved. That's fair. 43-43 is the highest scoring tie. That's crazy. I What? Your final score on Sunday Night Football is a 40-40 tie. Cool. I mean, that was an amazing game. It again, maybe it's a very American thing for me to say. It's kind of a bummer that this game ended in a tie, Like maybe it's a deserved tie. Like, sure. Oh, I mean, no duh. Peep the Viking stuff behind me, right? I was kind of pulling for the Cowboys there, but what a game. I will say that was an unreal game, though. I can't complain too much. We certainly got entertained. Fantastic game here today. Glad we were able to tune in for this one. Um, yeah, man. One of the longest days of football ever. What a game that was, but we're going to wrap things up here. It's about my bedtime. It is past midnight here in Georgia, but I appreciate you guys all tuning in. We're going to be back. I believe my plan is, and I'll put an announcement on like Discord community posts, but I believe my plan is Thursday night we'll try and go live for the TNF game. Rams Niners should be a good one. And then Sunday morning we'll be live for Vikings Browns / pregame show combo, stuff like that. So something like that. Keep your eyes peeled, but that is the plan for next week. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. Happy Monday now for those of you on the East Coast, or at least Eastern time zone. I appreciate you guys. That was a lot of fun. Let's do that all again next week. And yeah, we had a tie, but y'all have a good night. I appreciate y'all. The doctor's out.